Tonight, you do not need to try anything more. You do not need to think about what has passed, nor need to fear what is coming. Just let this voice and your breath drift together through 3 hours of stillness, where each teaching of the Buddha will wash away layer by layer of fatigue in your mind, like a gentle stream flowing through a garden after rain. Before we begin this journey, take a second to hit subscribe as a gentle reminder to yourself that each evening you deserve a moment of true peace. Each night you can return here to a place of only the light of understanding, compassion, and the soft breath of a quiet mind. Now find a posture in which you feel truly comfortable. If you are sitting, allow your shoulders to drop. Relax. Your hands feel the cool air touching your skin. If you are lying down, let your body sink deeper into the mattress like a leaf falling onto the surface of a pond. No need to resist. No need to control. Just inhale, knowing you are alive. Exhale, knowing you are letting go. Tonight, we will walk together along the path of stillness, where the wisdom of the Buddha becomes petals blooming within consciousness, gentle, profound, and illuminating your sleep. Let all the noises out there slowly dissolve into silence. Let your mind lie down and begin to listen. Close your eyes. No need to look far away. Just look within yourself. Inside, there is a river flowing. That river is your breath, the one that has been with you your whole life. Yet you may have forgotten how gentle it truly is. Now, inhale slowly. Not deeply, just enough so you can sense the air passing through your nose, softly touching your lungs. And then exhale very steadily. Imagine each outward breath is a small cloud gently carrying away the dust in your heart, the dust of anxiety, of weariness, of questions that do not need voices. Inhale, aware that you are alive. Exhale, aware that you are at ease. Each inhale, exhale, like the small bell ringing in an ancient temple, brings the mind back to the present moment. There is no need to struggle for peace. Peace is already here in this very breath. Now relax your shoulders. Let your hands rest like 2 leaves, gently landing on the surface of the water. Let your neck soften, your jaw release. Let go of all the streams of thought running through. If a thought enters, simply watch it pass by, like you watch a cloud drifting. Neither chase it nor pull it back. Just observe. Do you hear it? Somewhere in your body, there is a very soft heartbeat, like the distant sound of a wooden bell. That is the rhythm of life. A very gentle beat, still faithfully working, even when you are tired, even when you forgot to say thank you. Now send a smile to that heart. Not a smile on your lips, but a smile within. The smile of gratitude. Inhale, you smile at your body. Exhale, you say, thank you for today, that it carried you through so many winds and suns. If there is any place tense, let the breath travel there like a warm breeze. If there is any place tired, let it rest. No need to fix, no need to change. Just allow it to rest. Now imagine you are lying in the middle of a meditation garden. Above you is the night sky without a cloud. Around you is the soft sound of insects, the light wind passing through bamboo leaves. In the distance, the temple bell rings long and slow and fades into the breeze. You listen and realize in each sound there is nothing to do, nothing to strive for. Everything is simply natural, like you in this moment. Your entire body is sinking into that quiet. No longer a boundary between inside and outside, between listener and sound. There is only a gentle current of feeling drifting through your body, like moonlight caressing the surface of the pond. Inhale, feel the breeze entering you. Exhale, feel yourself merge with the breeze. And so, with each breath, a door opens. A door that leads to the place where you do not have to be. Anyone. Do not have to do anything. Just are. Now you are ready to step into the journey of the Buddha's teachings, the stories, the gentle words, where each letter is like a dewdrop on a lotus petal, clear still and illuminating. Let your mind stay here, and with me move into the next part. The first lessons on letting go and acceptance. Story 1. The bowl that floated on the wind. Nightfall at the temple lit up like a still pond laid gently upon the earth. The wind circled the veranda, brushing past the wind chimes and releasing high, delicate tones like droplets landing in an open palm. Young novice. Anne carried a clay bowl not yet fully dried across the brick courtyard to pour water into the jar. Earlier that afternoon, his master had warned him this bowl was thin light, easy to crack, and should only be used for scooping water gently. But inside, a small flame had begun to flicker. Today, he had swept the yard twice, lit the fire once, and hauled water 3 times. Yet the master only nodded, gave no praise, said nothing, like, well done. That tiny flame became heat rising up his nose, turning into a desire to just get things over with quickly. Anne walked faster, gripping the rim of the bowl more tightly. And right as he stepped over the threshold, the fragile bowl slipped from his hand, tapped against a brick near the doorway and broke with a sound as thin as a breath. The crack was soft, but inside, and it struck like a wave. A flood of self-blame rushed through his mind, followed by a prickling thorn. Why did the master not praise me? I gave it everything I had. That wave pushed him to crouch and pick up the shards, but before his hand reached them, the brown robe of the master was already there, casting a shadow over the stones. The master gathered the broken pieces, gently placing them into his palm. He looked up at An with eyes that held neither sorrow nor judgment. The bowl is thin, but your hand was heavy, he said. When the mind is heavy, light things break easily. It is not that the bowl is more fragile today than yesterday. It is your heart that has grown more tense. An stood still. The wind passed by his ears like a lesson spoken aloud. The master said no more about the bowl. Instead, he asked, "Did you hear the bowl break?" An nodded. After that sound, there was a silence. Did you hear that silence? An hesitated. I only heard my own heartbeat. The master placed the shards into An's hand. When something breaks, silence does not. Whether your efforts are great or small, the quiet within you remains. If you place your ear against yourself, you will find a space that does not crave praise and does not fear blame. That is where the bowl that floats on the wind should be placed. That night, An buried the pieces behind the temple near a fragrant plant. He did not bury them out of shame. He buried them like someone returning a debt, long carried the debt of needing to be praised. Starting the next morning, he began scooping water with a lighter hand, sweeping the yard with quieter steps. The same chores remained, but the clatter inside him began to fade. Some days, the master still did not praise him, nor did he scold. Only once, the master asked, "Do you still hear the silence?" An smiled, and in that smile, the bowl no longer needed to be whole. Story 2. The River Gatekeeper. In a southern valley, a small river ran through the village like a green scarf tied around the waist of the land. Each morning, a man with a bamboo pole would come to the riverbank. The villagers called him the gatekeeper because anyone wanting to cross had to wait for him to push the raft over. He had lived there for over 30 years, ferrying people across in storms, in sunlight, and in the stillness of night. People were so used to seeing him that he became like the morning dew resting on grass. One day, a young man arrived. He was in a rush, his eyes restless, arms clutching a bundle, foot tapping with impatience. "Hurry up, I am running late," he said. The gatekeeper looked at the water and said, "The river is rising. Wait a few minutes. No way, I have to go now." Still, the old man stood still, his eyes tracing the ripples on the surface of the water. The young man frowned, growing irritated, and spoke with harsh words. The old man said nothing. After a while, he placed the raft into the river and ferried the man across. As they landed, the young man jumped off and snapped, "Next time, do not make me wait." The gatekeeper nodded, as if hearing someone mention the weather. The raft drifted quietly back. That evening, the river surged quickly. Rain poured down, and the wind sliced through the reeds along the bank. A child fell into the water, and the mother screamed as the village spun into panic. Without waiting for a word, the gatekeeper pushed the raft into the current, pulled the child up with one hand, and brought the mother and child to safety. Rain lashed his face, but he simply smiled, a smile rough like bark. Someone nearby noticed a long scar on his wrist, likely from a past rescue, and asked, "Why did you make that young man wait this morning?" He replied, "Because of the water. It was not me who asked him to wait. It was the river that reminded us to wait, and the harsh words he said to you." The old man picked up a pebble and tossed it into the river. Words fall like pebbles. The water smooths itself out. If I hold on to the pebble, my hand grows heavy. But if I let it go, the river is light, and so is my hand. Later on, that same young man came back to the riverbank. He looked at the gatekeeper, then looked at the water, took a breath, and for the first time waited in silence. The gatekeeper knew the man had understood. Some gates are not in the keeper's hands, but in the rhythm of nature itself. To guard the gate does not mean to block, but to remind those crossing to listen to something greater than themselves. As the young man stepped onto the raft, he bowed. The gatekeeper returned the gesture, and on the surface of the river, their reflections drifted peacefully like two leaves meeting the breeze, exactly on time. Story 3. The Door Without Hinges. In a small temple leaning against the mountain, there was an old wooden room with a door that opened out to a courtyard full of short eucalyptus trees. The master often sat at that doorway, teaching a handful of students. They would often argue about which way the door should open to catch the wind. Some said it should swing inward to block the rain. Others insisted it should open outward so it would not get in the way of their steps. Each person brought with them their own logic, their own stories, and habits from their home. One afternoon, the master brought a fresh wooden plank and set it upright in the doorframe. The plank was flat with no hinges, no lock, just standing there like someone greeting guests The students were puzzled. "Why did you not attach hinges?" one of them asked. The master smiled. "You are still thinking a door must turn around a fixed point. But some doors do not need hinges. They open by not being there." He placed his hand on the plank and lifted it away. The wind rushed in like a child released from school. He put the plank back in place. The wind stopped. A door is not something you force open with strength. It is something you move with readiness. The students remained confused, so the master told them a story. One day, a man came to the Buddha and said, "I want peace. Please teach me." The Buddha replied, "Let go of want. Let go of I. Let go of peace. What remains is peace." Sometimes the hinge is in the phrase, "I must." We attach our lives to these musts, and every time we try to turn, we hear the creaking. If we learn to remove the hinge, the door becomes light. It does not turn, it simply moves. Evening faded into a color like tea. Sparrows chirped in the eucalyptus trees. The master continued, "Think about it. Each day we stand before countless doors. The door of a conversation, the door of a decision, the door of a habit. We push, we pull, we try to turn. But there is another way. Lift the plank." That means removing one command from your mind, fewer, "this must be," fewer, "that must not happen." When you remove the commands, the wind comes in on its own. One student suddenly understood. He looked at his friend and smiled a smile as soft as leaves brushing against one another. They no longer argued about whether the door should open in or out. They simply stepped aside, letting the space do its work. That night, after everyone had gone home, the master stayed by the doorway. He lifted the plank and leaned it against the wall. The night wind passed through the scent of eucalyptus across his robe and over the wooden table stained with old tea. He closed his eyes and listened to the wind as if it were an answer. No need for hinges, no need to turn. Just let go of something, a stubbornness, a need to be right, a desire to win. The door opens. Story 4. The slope that leads to the sea. The golden slope began at the end of a dirt path where wild grass grew between smooth, round stones, stretching down toward a shore of fine sand. Every morning, before the sun had risen beyond the mountains, the sea breeze would slip up that slope, carrying the scent of salt and fresh fish. A boy named Nam, 13 years old, carried nets on his back, his bare feet pressing into damp earth. The waves called to him from afar, not loudly, not urgently, but with a steady rhythm that only fishing folk understood. It was the rhythm of a day beginning. His father walked ahead, thin and steady, a bamboo basket on his shoulder. His back curved slightly, like the arc of a boat's roof. Every time they reached the middle of the slope, his father would stop and gaze out at the sea. He always looked before going down, as if greeting an old friend. Nam stopped too, but instead of looking out, he looked down, searching for the roundest stones. He would pick them up, line them up along the edge of the slope, whispering to himself that one of them would be his lucky stone. His father once told him, "The sea gives a lot, but it also takes. That is why we must learn to be grateful, even when we lose." Nam did not fully understand, but he liked the way his father talked to the wind slowly, never letting the waves interrupt. In the evening, the slope welcomed them back. Sand clung to their feet, heavy like a long day's work. His father walked ahead. Nam followed nets, now soaked with seawater, hanging from his shoulders. By then, the sun had fallen halfway into the sea, one half glowing red, the other swallowed by the waves. Nam paused midway on the slope. He looked down at the shimmering waterline, then turned to look up at the small house tucked into the trees. He realized that the slope split two worlds, one of salt and one of stove smoke. And in between was his step, small, but connecting them. One day, a storm arrived, earlier than the forecasts. The waves pounded hard. Wind lashed the rooftops. Nam sat by the window, watching the slope disappear into the rain. His father had left that morning and had not returned. Nam heard the ocean's voice, no longer steady, but hurried, like someone calling his name, words sliced in half by wind. Night came. He fell asleep by the doorframe, dreaming he was running up the slope, but the sea wind pushed back so hard that he could not lift his feet. By morning, the storm had passed. The sky was clear, like it had just been washed. The villagers said his father had slipped while pulling the boat, but someone had helped him. Nam ran down the slope and saw his father sitting on a rock, knees pulled up, eyes gazing toward the open sea. He said nothing, only raised his hand to call Nam over. When Nam reached him, his father pulled a small, smooth stone from his pocket, round as a pearl, and placed it in Nam's hand. This stone washed ashore after the storm, he said. It once lay deep beneath the sea. The wind and waves brought it back. Nam held the stone. It felt cool. Suddenly, he understood why his father always paused on the slope each morning. It was not to wait for the wind. It was to give thanks for the path. The slope did not just lead them down to the sea. It also led people back every time the storm had passed. From that day on, Nam still walked the slope every morning. But he no longer picked up stones. He knew now some things are only beautiful when the wind chooses to lift them. That afternoon, when the sun kissed the edge of the water, he sat on the old rock with the stone in his hand. The sound of waves pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. The sea wind moved through his hair, salty soft and never-ending. He knew someday this slope would still be here, even as other footsteps followed his own. The fifth story, the window. Looking out onto the tea hill, the small hermitage sits on the hillside behind it, a row of pine trees that has stood there longer than memories can count. In front of the hermitage lies a tea hill, rolling down like a green carpet, brushed each dawn. The wooden window of the hermitage opens toward the sunrise. Every morning, when the mist still hangs in delicate threads among the tea buds, the teacher sits at a small wooden table, hand steadying a clay teapot, gazing through that window. That window is like a painting, ever-changing, yet holding one constant serenity. A woman from the village below named Lion often brings a few fresh tea leaves as a gift. Her husband died in the storm-ravaged harvest season last year. The house with its sloping roof down to the little stream, once filled with the sound of children running around, now echoes only wind through hanging lines of drying clothes. Lien does not say much. She places the tea leaves in a basket on the table, washes her hands in the water jar, then stands in the doorway for a moment, looking out over the hill. On some days, her eyes are red from sleeplessness. On others, she is as still as water after rain. The teacher pours her a cup of tea, pushes it toward her, asks nothing, consoles nothing, simply lets the warmth of the cup touch her hand like a greeting. That morning, the sky was clear. The first light of day crossed the tea leaves. Each bud bore a tiny dewdrop and shone like an eye. The village rooster's crow from below echoed up the hillside, then blended with the distant sound of the temple bell. Lien sat down on a bamboo stool at the window edge. She opened her palm. In it lay a dark blue shirt button that fell from an old shirt of her son. She said, last night, for the first time, the boy fell asleep without asking to hear his father's footsteps on the porch, as he usually did. Having said that, she fell silent, and that silence was not a wall, but a little path leading out onto the tea hill. The teacher added more water to the teapot. The sound of water hitting the rim of the pot sounded like a stream flowing over a stone step. The teacher said that when he first came to the hill, the clay teapot still smelled of harsh fire. The tea thereby tasted sharp. He learned to reduce the flame, to let the water boil more slowly, to give the tea leaves time to unfold. Some things are only good when not rushed. Lian listened her gaze, following a man below the hill, cutting grass beside a paddy field. His dark brown shirt was a moving dot on the green background. She imagined if her husband were alive, he would also be bent like that. The thought passed like a butterfly, resting gently on her shoulder, then flown. The sun climbed a little higher, the window frame flooded with light. The teacher took from a drawer an old postage stamp. Its color faded, one corner slightly curled. On the stamp was a white sailboat on a streak of blue water. He said the stamp was never to be used, but simply kept for looking at. Looking enough. And one knows each image holds its own sound. The sailboat has the stretch of wind in its sail. The tea hill has the rustle of leaves, brushing leaves. The window frame has the silence of wood that has groaned through seasons of rain. Lean smiled. She never imagined a postage stamp could speak. She placed her son's shirt button next to the stamp. The two tiny objects sat together on the table. One keeps a shirt, one keeps a letter. Both keep memory. The sunlight settled on them, making them warm, as if they held a pulse. At noon, a southern breeze rose. From the window, the steep road down to the village past a ripening violet huckleberry thicket, purple fruit peeking through green leaves. A boy carrying a bundle of firewood walked by barefoot, his steps steady. Lian rose and asked permission to leave, saying she needed to cook lunch for her elderly mother. She carried the now lighter basket and touched the window frame, as if greeting an old acquaintance. The teacher nodded, reminding her to stop by the stream bank on her way home to wash her hands. The water that season was cool. Lian walked on, her shadow narrowed on the road like a thread woven between the hills. The teacher sat back down, picked up the shirt button, placed it in the wooden box beside the postage stamp, then closed the lid. In the hermitage, the wind rustled through the thatched roof. Outside on the hill, the sunlight changed color. In the afternoon, clouds gathered. The teacher opened the window wide to let the scent of newly picked tea be carried by the breeze. A crested barbet perched on a pine branch, its red crest like an exclamation mark in a poem, jumped and flew away. Footsteps on the stone step. It was Mr. Tu from the village below, bringing word tonight. The village meeting to discuss repairing the road into the hamlet, inviting the teacher's advice. The teacher nodded and agreed to join in the evening. After Mr. Tu left, The teacher stood at the window a long time, looking at a streak of light falling along the hillside. Some tasks of the village are like making a good pot of tea, knowing when to add water, when to lower the flame, when simply to leave it be. Dusk brought scattered rain. The window now embraced a thin veil of rain. In the rain, the tea hill looked like a painting, just washed. Leaf colors deepened, tree trunks darkened, edges softened. The teacher took a cloth and wiped the window frame, his hand tracing the wood as if reading a familiar line. A small lizard popped its head out from a wall crack, watching the rain, like an old friend dropping by. Murmurs drifted up from the village, clinking bowls and chopsticks, children calling to each other. The dog barking sounds, absent from scripture, yet sustaining people day by day. The teacher lit the oil lamp. The flame rose. Slowly, yellow light spreading across the table, across the wooden box with the stamp and button. Night fell. The teacher joined the village meeting. They spoke of potholes, of drainage ditches, of the wooden bridge needing 2 more planks. The remarks passed back and forth, sometimes loud, sometimes low. The teacher listened quietly. When someone argued, he blurted a tea story on the hill. If everyone insists on being the boiling water, the tea will turn bitter. Someone must be the little flame, someone the waiting pot, someone the leaf unfolding. The whole house laughed, the laughter softening the atmosphere. They agreed that tomorrow each household would contribute some bamboo. The young men would go buy nails. Mr. Two would handle hiring the sand truck. On the way back, the steep road under the hermitage was slippery from rain, but the sky had cleared. Stars began to bloom like seeds falling evenly across the hillside roof. The teacher returned to the hermitage. The oil lamp burned still. The window was open. The scent of damp earth after rain was a smell that had existed before anyone named it. The teacher opened the wooden box, took out the stamp and the button, placed them on the windowsill. The moon rose slowly above the pine ridge, silver light pouring through the cloud edge, touching the 2 small objects. Meanwhile, down in the village, Liane was also sitting by her house's doorway. Her son leaned back against his mother's cheek, asleep. The shirt with the newly sewn button she had just finished lay over the chair. She heard the stream talking with the stones, heard the night without demanding anyone answer. Her hand rested on her knee, warm like a blanket. The next morning, Liane returned to the hill. She arrived earlier than usual, when the dew still thick, her pant legs cold and damp. The teacher was already sitting there, the water pot set on the little charcoal stove, the flame young and green. She told him the village had agreed to build the bridge and asked him to keep the shirt button safe as a token of memory that everything can be mended if people still desire to stay close. The teacher nodded, said the button had spent the night beside the stamp. Two things, not of the same kind, yet sitting together, still seemed warm. Lien smiled. They drank tea in silence, no need to find a topic. A little while later, the teacher asked her to look out at the tea hill through the window, as though looking through a photo frame. Every day, the same frame, but the viewer is different. She looked. Indeed, today the tea hill seemed quieter. The breeze smelled like honey, perhaps because the moon had not yet entirely set, perhaps because the night was restful, perhaps because the shirt was now sewn. She did not need to know exactly which. She only knew that this morning she could sit longer, breathe deeper, her eyes less stingy. News of the new bridge spread fast like the smell of rice from the kitchen. A few days later, the road leading into the head of the village had a sturdier bamboo bridge. Its deck spanned the ditch like a smile. Children ran across, then back, counting the planks to check if it matched what Mr. Tu promised. Lien led her son across the bridge, his hand in hers, her hand warm in a careful way. Looking down at the water, she saw her shadow and her son's overlapping, distorted by the ripples. On the far side of the bridge, an old man sat having breakfast, a bowl of steaming porridge. He looked up, smiling, said the new bridge had solid footing. That compliment was like a flag planted in the morning. No need to wave, yet still flying. One day, the teacher invited Lien up to the hermitage earlier to watch the mist recede. The two sat by the window eyes, gazing at the first sunlight soaking into the hillside edge. Layer by layer, the mist pulled back into the pine forest, vanishing like early checking out guests. Below emerged neat rows of tea bushes, the young buds catching the light. At the edge of the hill, a brown rabbit poked its head out, saw the people, and turned away. The teacher said, "There are things that appear in the blink of an eye. If we chatter too much, we will miss them." Lien nodded. She thought of her son's hair smell each morning, the sound of his small steps from bed to the doorway, the warmth left behind on a shirt just worn. All of them blink. But the window frame remained. It holds the place for blinks to come and go, so the viewer need not hurry, so the heart need not grasp. At season's end, the tea hill harvested its large leaf round. One afternoon, the clouds swirled like heavy boats. The teacher set the boiling water, poured tea, invited Lien to sit. He took the stamp and the button from the wooden box, placed them on the table, and asked her If she had to send a letter without a stamp to someone very far away yet, without address, what would she write? Leanne looked out at the hill where the horizon line was thick, like a rope. She said she would write a short sentence, only that, in a place with a window, looking out onto the tea hill. There is a pot of slowly boiling water. There is a woman learning how to sit quietly, and a child growing up in the sound of the wind. The teacher smiled and said, "That is enough. A letter is like a cup of tea. You do not need many words, just the right water." That night, the rain did not fall. The full moon rolled slowly across the sky like a giant porcelain plate someone hung above the hillside roof. The window caught the moonlight. The wooden table shone as if wiped with milk. Leanne bid the teacher farewell and descended the mountain. Her footsteps up and down along the road, neither hurried nor slow, just enough so sweat would not gather on her brow. As she passed the huckleberry bush, she picked a ripe fruit and tucked it into her shirt pocket for her child. Her hand touched the freshly sewn seam, the stitches straight and even, each stitch a measured breath. When she reached home, she buttoned the shirt correctly, the shirt lying quietly on the child's shoulders as a good-night wish sewn by hand. The next morning, the window remained open, the tea hill still green, the clay pot still warm, the stamp still beside the button in the wooden box, and the woman from the village below woke up a little less sad. No one knew that something big had occurred. Perhaps nothing, except that a window had been looked through by different eyes, but those different eyes were enough for the steep road to feel less harsh, enough for the stream to sound clearer, enough for the exhale at the end of the day not to get stuck at the throat. And that was enough to call it a new season, even when the calendar remains on the same page. The sixth story, the clock repair shop at the end of the lane. At the end of the narrow lane, where the brick-paved road suddenly turns into a moss-covered little path, there is a clock repair shop that hangs only a faded wooden sign. Clocks. Enter, and you will know. The wooden door is low. Anyone passing must bow their head. Inside, the walls are densely covered with different clocks. A long case clock with Roman numerals. A small red alarm clock with chipped paint in the corner. A silver pocket watch, dim as a dewdrop. A wristwatch with a frayed fabric strap. An ancient hourglass with two gleaming glass chambers. All present, yet not noisy. They are like a forest of sound taking a nap. Only when the old craftsman touches them does the ticking awaken each tiny beat, like a drop falling into the well's water. The old clockmaker is named Mr. Tan. His hair is white, like a fine dust on his faded brown coat. His left hand trembles slightly when lifting the loop to his eye. His right hand remains steady whenever he places the driver on a screw, no larger than a pinhead. He arrived at this end of the lane many years ago. No one remembers exactly how many. People only know that each morning he opens the door, sweeps the dust from the threshold, sets his kettle on the spirit burner, and hangs up a long case clock that he has adjusted. It swings like a silent heart in the chest of the room. At midday, he often opens the door slightly, letting sunlight spill onto the wooden table where tiny accessory boxes lie stacked like seeds. In the evening, he turns the light off early, leaving a dark square at the end of the lane. But anyone walking by can still hear the steady sway from inside, like the breath of someone asleep deeply. One morning, the young man working at the post office in the ward brought in a wristwatch that stopped the previous evening. The watch face was scratched with a thin, lightning-like line. The leather strap was stiff at the buckle hole from sweat, and explained that the watch belonged to his father. He had worn it for decades, until his last hospital visit, where he told Anne to keep it to wear, so your wrist is not empty. When his father passed, Anne placed the watch in a drawer, and for a whole year did not touch it. Yesterday, while clearing things out, he found it gave it a light, cleaning, then tried winding it. The minute hand twitched a short segment, then stopped. I brought it to you to see if you can fix it. And said voice, trying to sound ordinary, Mr. Tan nodded, laid out a soft cloth, opened the back case of the watch, raised the loop. Inside, tiny gears stuck in old oil, a spring slack at the end of its coil, a fine dust trail like chalk between two teeth. Yes, he said softly, as if answering a long question. While waiting, Anne sat on a small stool by the door, looking around. On the shelf was an old hourglass. The grains of sand were fine as flour, flowing through the slim neck so slowly that one must stare long to perceive the movement. And thought of the afternoons he sat behind the counter at the post office, listening to numbers clicking one after another, watching people send thick or thin envelopes, some sealing with tape carefully, as if wrapping a heart, some tossing onto the desk, as if unloading a burden. Time at the post office passed by the beep of numbers. Time in the clock shop passed by the tick-tock. Both measure, but each measures differently. In a corner of the room, a little girl stood, leaning against a table, hugging an old doll. Her mother, the street vendor at the entrance of the lane, had come to ask Mr. Tan to adjust a tiny alarm clock with a green face. It rings 2 minutes late," she said. "In the morning, I sell sticky rice. A 2-minute delay, and the customers are gone." Mr. Tan smiled. 2 minutes is also a morning. He turned the knob, opened the back cover, scraped off a bit of rust, applied a drop of oil, like a slow-falling raindrop, onto the hinge, then closed it, tested the bell. The ring came out clear and neat, crisp, like a teaspoon tapping a cup's rim. The little girl pursed her lips and smiled, held up her doll for him to see, asked if the doll had its own watch. Mr. Tan pointed to the hourglass. "This is the doll's watch. It does not tick, but it knows how to listen to silence." The girl tilted her head, as if partly understanding what did not need full understanding. At noon, the sun fell through the window onto the table in bright squares, each square like a piece of music with no notes. Mr. Tan worked slowly. His movements had their own rhythm, not the heartbeat of the frantic, but the rhythm of someone who knows how to extend a breath to the tip of a finger. Each time he placed the driver into exactly the right spot, the whole room seemed to pause for half a second, then release at once, and sat there, no longer looking at the hourglass, but staring at his bare wrist, where a pale mark remained from the old watch his father wore. The sadness rose like an old leaf floating on water, then sank again, not making a splash. Late afternoon, a hurried man burst in his dress shirt, button off kilter, sweat at both temples. He slammed a gimbaled watch down onto the table and said, "Please fix it right away. I must catch a bus." Mr. Tan looked at it, nodded, but did not touch it immediately. He handed the man a cup of water, told him to sit. The fan was anxious, eyes darting around the wall as though wanting to turn over the tick-tock. "Can you do it quickly?" he asked. "Quickly I can," Mr. Tan said, "but let me remember which beat I am on." The man frowned. Anne looked at Mr. Tan. The little girl tightened her arms around her doll. Mr. Tan picked up the gimbaled watch, opened the case, recognized the problem. A coil spring displaced one tooth because the watch had been dropped hard. He inserted the tiny tweezers, nudged gently. The spring returned to line, as though a shoulder out of place had been straightened with a hand. He closed the cover, wound. It pressed his ear to it, listened to the beat, returned to even. "Done," he said. It took under 3 minutes. The hurried man froze for a second, then exhaled, thanked him, and left hastily. When his footsteps faded, the room seemed to draw the curtain back. The chain of tick-tocks joined seamlessly, no gap visible, and thought, "It turns out quick and slow. Do not argue here." They sit at the same table, each drinking a sip of tea, then silence. Early evening clouds drifted across the sky like handwritten letters, not in a hurry. At the lane's end, the bread vendor's cry passed, once, then vanished. Mr. Tan tied back his hair, sat down in the chair, invited on behind the shop. Behind the shop was a small tiled yard, a starfruit tree spreading shade, a cement tank raised a few tilts holding lazy tilapia fish. He washed his hands, took out a linen cloth from a wooden box, dried each finger's crevice as a habit of a craftsman since his apprenticeship. He said, "In a clock, there are 3 things unseen, yet present: oil, dust, and patience. Missing anyone, it will stop. People are probably the same." Anne listened, but did not reply. The words went somewhere inside, touching a place he had not cleaned in a long time. When he returned to the counter, Anne's watch had been cleaned of dust and its spring replaced. Mr. Tan placed it on a felt pad, wound it, turned the small knob to adjust the hour. He did not ask Anne if he wanted the time set by the phone or by the church bell. He took out of the drawer a very old pocket watch, its dial gold-faded, the back engraved with a maple leaf motif. "This I received from my teacher. He said it runs evenly, neither fast nor slow, does not race anyone." Anne gazed at the sweep of the second hand, saw it glide like a little fish swimming through water, not splashing the edge of the tank. He handed the restored watch to Anne. The small weight lay into the right spot, like a small door closing into its frame. In that moment, Anne did not recall his phone's PIN code, did not remember the name of a meeting room, did not recall a single line of email. He only remembered his father's hands, always bearing an oil smudge on the thumb, the father's laugh beneath the porch in the rain, the way he turned the watch's crown each night before sleep. Wind 3 turns. Pause. Look at the hands. Smile. "How much do I owe?" "As you like," Mr. Tan replied, then put a small envelope on the table and opened it. Inside was a handwritten note in purple ink. "Clocks run by rhythm people, by breath. Rhythm broken means repair it. Breath hurried means sit down." The writing was simple, the ink a little shaky, the corner of the paper stained with tea. In the days that followed, Anne wore his father's watch back at the post office. Occasionally, when the queue number was still a few away, he placed his hand on the glass face, feeling the quiet rhythm beneath. It was not always uniform. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it slowed, but the constancy was no longer in the hands, moving on the dial. It lay in his knowing how to stop. His eyes know how to take a slow sip of water, know how to look up at the person in front of him. One day, an elderly lady came to send a package to a grandchild far away. She counted the money over and over, her hand trembling, her words repeating, and spoke more slowly than usual. The lady smiled and said, "You talk like my grandfather's old clock." Then one long, rainy spell came flooding the end of the lane. The gutter in front of the clock repair shop overflowed. Moss drifted in long green threads. People propped their belongings high, pulled the door shut, calling to each other. Mr. Tan stayed seated behind his table. Anne stopped by, saw him unhook a wall clock, wrap it in a nylon rain poncho, place it on a shelf. "Aren't you going home to shelter?" Anne asked. "There are still a few little ones here," he said, gesturing toward the clocks. "If the rain comes in, they'll get cold," and burst out laughing, then helped him raise boxes of accessories up higher. The rain grew heavier, the sound of raindrops like someone tapping hundreds of clock faces. Water was about to reach the doorstep. Mr. Tan placed a wooden plank across the door, wedged it with 2 bricks, and pulled a tarpaulin sheet over. They sat and waited. In the half-wet, half-dry room, the ticking still sounded oddly louder than usual, as though the rain itself were having to keep time. That night, the water rose to the chair legs, then receded. Next morning, the damp smell was strong. Mr. Tan opened the door, took down all the clocks, wiped every glass face, every hand. Anne came again to help. His hands felt tired, but his mind clear in a strange way. While wiping the hourglass, Anne noticed the grains of sand stuck together on one side, not flowing. He fiddled. Mr. Tan told him to let the sun dry it. After a moment, the sand loosened, began falling in small streams, like an upside-down rain. There are things that must dry before they flow. He laughed. And there are mornings that must be still before you hear. The words unlocked a drawer inside Anne's chest, where he had stored unspoken things for the wind to go in and out. Months passed. The clock shop remained open at the same hours. Every now and then, Mr. Tan closed for one afternoon, hung a sign, "Go slowly, you will return." The folks in the lane, if they needed something fixed, all knew to knock 3 times, wait, then knock 2 more times, the shop's rhythm. And now did not always wear his father's watch. Some days, he slipped it into his shirt pocket, as one tucks a ray of sunshine. He no longer looked at it to catch up with the time others set for him, but to remember that he was still in a long piece of music, and that pauses were precious. One time, he brought Mr. Tan a small wall clock he bought at a second-hand market, its face peeling, hands missing. Mr. Tan repaired it, hung it on the blank wall of the corner cafe where An often sat reading books. From that day on, every page An turned was accompanied by a steady beat, not to remind him to hurry, but to remind him he was reading. Winter came softly, like a shawl laid over the shoulders. Mr. Tan started tiring of his eyes, wore the loop longer, his hand located, screws a beat slower. One afternoon, he called An handed him the spare key to the shop. "In case I come back late," he said, "you open the door for the ticking to come in." An took the key, and it felt heavier than it should, as though bearing an invisible sound. He asked if Mr. Tan ever wanted to stop altogether. He shook his head. "I cannot stop time, nor should I stop my own rhythm. When my hand stops of its own accord, then it is enough." At year end, the lane hung lanterns. On the New Year's Eve, the fireworks bloomed in the sky. The whole lane came out to watch. The clock shop was closed, but through the gap in the door, one could still hear that even sound like a stream running through rock. Anne stood next to the little girl's mother, who sold sticky rice. The girl now wore a yellow plastic wristwatch cartoon, hands its ticking, loud as a baby chick stirring. At the exact moment the year changed, the distant church bell echoed, merged with fireworks, merged with the familiar tick-tock. Someone laughed. Someone called a name. Someone fell silent. Anne reached into his shirt pocket and touched the watch. It was warm. On the first morning of the year, Mr. Tan opened his door. Early, hung the wooden sign outside. He swept the threshold, sprinkled water to darken the moss, placed the kettle on the burner. As he lifted the kettle, his hand trembled slightly. He paused, sat down, placed his hand on his chest. One beat missed, then returned to even. He smiled to himself quietly, as if speaking to an invisible, regular customer. "Enter, and you will know." A moment later, Anne arrived like every old New Year. They did not exchange many greetings. They sat and listened to the water boil. In the little room, the tick-tock of 100 clocks did not fight, but each beat in its right place, as though an orchestra, who practiced so long, they know when to rest. And at the end of the lane, early walkers passed. The open door, saw the old man and the young man sitting facing a kettle of water, saw the pendulum clock swinging back and forth like a friend doing morning exercise. They greeted and moved on toward the new day, carrying a very small sound on their shoulder. The sound did not measure. Time only measured how much the heart had slowed. Story 7. The Needle and Thread. Tailor shop in the rainy alley. At the corner of a small alley, shaded by tamarind trees, there was a tiny tailor shop with a time-worn wooden sign that read, "Needle and thread. Tailoring repairs. Patchwork. Please keep quiet so the seams stay straight." The old glass door closed with a soft click, like the sound of a cat's footsteps. Inside, the scent of new fabric, tailor's chalk, and the warm steam from the iron all melted into a distinct fragrance, one that anyone who has lived through the rainy season in the city would recognize the scent of things waiting to be made whole again. The shop owner's name was Mrs. Hoa. Her hair was neatly pinned up with a dark brown wooden hair stick. Her work table was a large piece of wood, faded with years of cuts. Next to it was a tape measure coiled like a gentle snake taking a nap. On the wall, spools of thread were arranged from light to dark, ranging from cream to nightfall, with a stripe of green in the middle like a rice paddy. Mrs. Hoa was not a talkative person. When she spoke, her voice was low and steady, like the hidden seam on the inside of a garment. Her apprentice, a young woman named Tom, in her early 20s, still had soft, inexperienced hands, but a bright, attentive gaze. She listened to the snip of scissors as though hearing a wordless song. She measured, pinned, basted, overlocked each stitch, fell evenly, like the rhythm of rain. That morning, it was drizzling lightly tiny, persistent drops. A few bicycles leaned against the door, dripping water. A green umbrella waited to dry on the threshold. The first customer was an elderly man carrying a dark coat. He said it belonged to a friend who had passed, and he wanted the sleeves shortened so it would fit him. Mrs. Hoa laid the coat on the table, her hands gliding over the fabric like someone reading Braille. "Good fabric," she said. The old man placed a faded photo on the table. Two men standing outside a hospital gate, their smiles barely formed before they faded. He liked his sleeves long to cover the wrists, the old man said. "I usually roll mine up. When you finish, please keep the sleeve hem a bit heavier, so I will remember." Mrs. Hoa nodded. She chalked a faint line, laid down the ruler, and cut. The scissors sliced clean, leaving a neat edge. The needle moved up and down the thread, firmly anchoring the new position. While she sewed, the rain shifted direction outside, drumming against the tamarind leaves and releasing a fresh, green scent. The old man sat and watched her work, noticing the way she gently supported the collar before laying it down. It was the exact gesture of someone cradling a baby's head. When it was done, he tried it on, looked in the mirror, gently tugged the sleeve, and felt just enough weight at his wrist. He nodded, needing no words. As he left, he bowed slightly, as if acknowledging something invisible that not everyone could see. At noon, a young woman walked in, carrying a white wedding dress wrapped in rough fabric. "I want the dress to be less tight," she said. Mrs. Hoa invited her to step up on a low wooden platform and began pinning the areas to be loosened. She spoke softly. "Breathe. Normally, do not hold your stomach in." The young woman laughed, then relaxed. The pin lines along the dress gradually disappeared, like clouds dissolving from a late afternoon sky. Tom stood nearby, notebook in hand, and when she looked up, she caught the bride's reflection in the mirror. The mirror doubled the room. One side held a white dress, learning to breathe, the other a pile of colorful fabric scraps resting in the corner. Old stories sleeping. Mrs. Hoa circled the bride, her hand barely grazing the fabric, observing how it fell like water. "On the day you wear this, do not wear heels that are too high, especially if you tend to worry," she said. "Low heels give more room to walk." The bride nodded, eyes welling up for reasons that needed no explanation. On the glass door, raindrops left streaks, then faded like a kind of writing you can only read when you are still. That afternoon, a middle-aged man came in with a charcoal gray shirt. "I want to remove the left chest pocket," he said. "Why?" Mrs. Hoa asked. "So I do not carry what I do not need." She raised an eyebrow, then smiled. "All right, but the fabric will still show traces. I will stitch it carefully, but there will be a faint shadow." "Let it stay faint," he replied. She turned the shirt inside out, unpicked the old stitches like lifting a thin sheet of ice off a river. Tom whispered, "Why remove the pocket, Mrs.?" Hoa smiled. "Sometimes people remove pockets to remember they once carried too much." Then she folded the shirt edge, placed the presser foot down, and guided the needle through. The thread danced for a moment before settling quietly, leaving no trace on the outside. The man put it on, gently, ran his hand over the old pocket spot, like saying goodbye to a small place that once held notes pens or a mint candy. Near dusk, a little girl came in pulling her grandmother along. In her arms was a teddy bear with a frayed ear and a torn belly. "Can you help fix him?" she asked. Tham received the bear. Her little palm was warm and slightly damp from the rain. Mrs. Hoa gave up her seat, picked the smallest needle, and chose a thread that best matched the bear's fur. She stitched tiny, invisible knots, hiding the ends inside. The little girl followed each stitch with her eyes, inhaling when the needle came close to the bear's skin, exhaling when the thread was pulled tight. "All done," said Mrs. Hoa. "Try hugging him and see if his belly still hurts." The girl hugged tight. Eyes shut, then opened them and smiled. It does not hurt. The grandmother smiled too, a smile that made the wrinkles on her face fold into a flower. As they left, the rain slowed, as if it knew that was enough. Night fell over the alley. The street light cast a soft golden ring on the puddles. Inside the shop, Tom turned off most of the lights, leaving only the desk lamp on. The light touched the threads like a stream of thin milk. Mrs. Hoa clicked off the side machine, poured tea from a crackled ceramic teapot. They sat quietly for a few minutes, not speaking. She looked at the rows of thread and exhaled. Thread is just like people pull too tight. It breaks. Let it hang too loose. It tangles. Tham nodded, thinking about the afternoon, before about the long message she had not replied to, about the words, "let go," which now felt like a thread slowly coming undone from a knot. The next day brought sunshine. Light reached deeper into the room, revealing dust motes dancing like a school of tiny fish. The door slid open, and the seashell wind chime rang gently. A middle-aged woman arrived with a long black tunic. "I want to turn this into everyday wear," she said. "My mother passed long ago. I want less mourning." Mrs. Hoa laid a hand on the fabric, feeling its weight and flow. "We can lower the collar, shorten the sleeves, remove some trim. But let us keep something," she said. The woman nodded. When the scissors cut across the black fabric, a strip came off, as soft as a wisp of cloud. Tom placed the leftover fabric on a tray, setting it aside carefully. "Let us make a handkerchief from this part," said Mrs. Hoa, "for wiping sweat or tears when you need to." The woman lowered her head, her hair brushing her shoulder, casting a curved shadow across the table. When the garment was finished, it no longer looked sad, but it still held a quiet, low note, like the gentle end of a monochord melody. At a different lunchtime, a young musician arrived, carrying a soft leather jacket with a tear at the elbow. "I want you to patch it, but please don't make it look too new," he said. Mrs. Hoa chose a thinner leather piece with just the right tone. Difference cut it into an oval shape and stitched it so the thread was just slightly visible. Like a piece of music with a vibrating note, she smiled. The musician was pleased and said, "Thank you for letting me still be me," but not cold. He lifted his arm as though embracing his instrument, his elbow touching the patch, the fit feeling like a melody coming to its rest just in time. Over many days, many people, many stories passed in and out like threads of many colors. Some came wanting to shorten, some came wanting to lengthen. Some discarded a pocket. Some asked for an extra button. Some only needed a neatly hidden seam. Others wanted a visible border, like a small greeting. Mrs. Hua did not intervene in her customers' emotions with words. She intervened with the length, width, cut, angle, edge, curve, how it draped things. The eyes receive, the hands understand, the heart hears. Tham gradually learned to look at how a person stood and guess what they wanted. Someone standing on tiptoe often wants to live fast. Someone standing leaning is waiting for someone. Someone standing with both feet even is starting to understand where they need to stand. One late season afternoon, the wind blew hard, scattering tamarind leaves like a green rain. A student came in to pick up his white shirt, hastily altered for his award ceremony. He was awkward, rubbing his hands together, his back stiffly straight. Mrs. Hua handed him the shirt and said, "Sit down in the chair, breathe, then put it on." He followed her advice, sat breathed, his shoulders falling down one notch. When he stood up and put on the shirt, the collar fit the shoulders, fit. His arms did not feel constricted. In the mirror, he saw a young face calming down. "Do you know, I'm afraid of standing on stage?" he asked. "I do," she said, "because you carry along folds you do not need. The shirt is ironed flat, and you try ironing flat a sentence in your mind." He laughed, his smile making the light in the room shift a little. Late at night, after the customers had left, Tom swept the floor, gathered the fabric scraps into a bag. Mrs. Hua sat back at the machine, removed a nearly used spool of thread, put it into a separate box, a box reserved for the short lengths of thread that are still usable. She said, "Short thread can still mend the smallest tears. Do not throw it away." Outside, the rain returned heavier. The rain hitting the metal roof behind sounded like a steady musical piece. The desk lamp cast a fake moonlight onto the deep blue fabric waiting to be cut. Mrs. Hua placed her hand on it, felt the coolness of the color. "Tomorrow, I will measure for someone who is about to leave," she thought to herself. "A jacket needs to be a bit looser at the chest, so there is enough room for the size." That night, when she pulled the door closed, the seashell wind chime rang once long. On the wooden signboard, the words, "Remember to keep still," so the stitches stay straight, peeked out under the rain. The tailor shop sank into gentle darkness. In the alley, the water flowed into the drain. The tamarind leaves drifted together like small boats. Mrs. Hua locked the door, stood still for a moment. Tom asked. "What do you hear?" She said. "I hear the stitches that were made today." Tom tilted her head. Mrs. Hua smiled. They go on in silence. "But tomorrow morning, look closely. You will see there are lives that are joined again, exactly at the places that seemed impossible to join." The next morning, the sky brightened. The sun slanted into the counter, illuminated the spools of thread, making them shine like colorful candy sticks in a childhood shop. New stories knocked on the door again with the little wind chime. People came, each carrying an invisible piece of fabric, asking it to be shortened, joined, loosened, tightened. And in that place, under the steady sewing machine, in the warmth of the iron, amidst the smell of chalk and fabric, there was a kind of silence that knew how to breathe. The silence that went into the stitch line, traveled through the hem edge, lay at the wrist cuff, in the fold of the collar, so that when someone put it on, they knew they fit just right into a new day, not too loose for worry, not too tight for joy. The 8th story. The riverside pottery, kiln in quiet. On the riverbank in autumn, the water receded to reveal a strip of soft silt, like a palm freshly washed. Above the bank was an old pottery kiln. The tiled roof, moss-covered, and a low round chimney, like an upturned mortar. The locals called the place the kiln of Mrs. Du Yan. Every morning, before the sun had crept above the reed beds, she carried 2 buckets of clay from the soaking pit onto the yard, water trickling down the rope, drop by drop, landing on the brick floor with the plop, plop sound of old rain visiting again. The apprentice named Hao followed behind, barefoot pants rolled up to his knees, arms embracing a bundle of firewood just chopped. He was only 17, hair cut short, his face always looking freshly washed, still with a bit of water at the corners of his eyes. The whole kiln lived by the rhythm of 4 elements: clay dug from the river, island bank, water drawn from the river, fire stoked in the kiln, and the wind passing through the arched doorway. In the long house, the potter's wheel sat still until she placed her hand on it. Her hand was thick, the palm flat, like a moon long since smooth. She pressed with her foot. The wheel began to turn. The first revolution, slow, then gradually even. The wet lump of clay on the disc stood there undefined, like a story without a title. She lightly tapped both sides. The clay stood up into a short column. The clay must hear me before I hear the clay, she often told Hao. Then she opened her palm. Left hand held it. Right hand pulled her wrist slightly, tilted. The clay column expanded into the belly of a vase. The mouth narrowed. The finger marks ran in spirals like wind veins. Hao sat opposite his eyes, unblinking, as though fearful of missing a single word in a wordless scripture. When young Mrs. Duan also left the kiln for a while. For several years, she worked in a factory in town, making earthenware. The conveyor belt ran like a long rein. The products were uniform, her hands used to performing one motion repeatedly until her back ached. One night, she dreamt of her home river. In the dream, the riverbank no longer smelled of mud, but of an old embrace. She returned. This kiln belonged originally to her father. Now it burned lower than before. The bricks in the kiln slightly cracked at the corners, like the eye crease of someone who laughed often. She did not repair the crack. She only backed the trench with clay, letting the old scar lie there like an underground vein. Because of that, the fire sometimes rose, sometimes fell, and had to be coaxed. It could not be ordered. One day, a thin man brought a simple carved wooden box. He opened it. Inside was his mother's ashes wrapped in white cloth. He said he wanted a cremation urn. His voice was dry, like a leaf sun-dried for 3 days. I want it not too black, he added, and on the body a faint line like the water recession line. Mrs. Duyan nodded without further question. She placed a fresh lump of clay on the table, touched it, closed her eyes for a short second, like the blink of the sky. When the wheel turned, Hao saw on the clay's surface a faint line. Indeed, this was where she deliberately pressed lighter. Midway, a skipped breath, a silent interval in the ceramic music. The client sat back, hands on his thighs, fingernails clean, the ring mark on his ring finger already faint. Mrs. Duyan completed the shape, placed the urn on the drying rack. The finger marks wet, gradually dried, leaving fine lines like the grain of a wrist. As for color, let the fire choose, she said, but I will let the fire go slow. One afternoon, clouds drew straight into a sheet of gray cloth. The wind from the river carried the smell of grass, long submerged. Hao stoked the fire. He pushed bundles of wood into the kiln bent low, his face burning, as if someone had pressed a hot towel against it. Mrs. Duyan stood beside him, humming to the rhythm of the fire's heart. Fire has rhythm. She knew sometimes. She opened the arched door to let wind in. Sometimes she partially blocked it to preserve heat. Hao learned gradually, knew how to look at the fire's color and adjust. Greenish flame meant not yet pale yellow, was ripening. Red-orange meant it was time to lower the fire, lest the pottery crack. Outside, the river passed without speaking. Inside, the ceramic pieces lay in the fire like patients in bed, waiting for the temperature to drop to know if they would survive one more night. There was a set of bowls and plates for the wedding of a young couple in the neighborhood. The bride visited the kiln, placed her hand on each plate being dried, spoke in a tone as soft as sesame seeds falling. Please make for me a set that fits our hands, so when we drink soup at night, our hands are not burned. Mrs. Dewian smiled, asked the bride to extend her hand. She measured with her eyes the distance between the tip of her index finger and the base of her thumb, said, "The diameter of the bowl will be this." Then turned to How and said, "Take the old marked wooden ruler." The bowls coming out of the kiln after that batch had slightly beveled rims, bodies, thicker than usual. The ivory glaze speckled with red dots like freckles. The bride received them, hugged the box, walked out to the yard, and the sand under her feet seemed softer. In the kiln, not every piece was perfect. Some tall, ancient-style vases, stout bodies, after firing, revealed a wrinkle like a crow's foot. At first, How was sad, thought they must discard them. Mrs. Dewian did not toss them immediately. She had a jar of lacquer tucked in the corner. In that lacquer, she mixed a little fine gold dust. She said, "The clay has passed through fire. The fire has passed through the clay. This crack is where they remember one another." She used the lacquer to fill the wrinkle, not hiding it, but highlighting it, so a fine golden line ran down the body of the vase like a worn stream. Customers who saw the line touched it, smiled, took it home. Some people like it this way, she told How, because they know the crack has not broken. Early in the morning, the children of the neighborhood often dropped by the kiln to watch How kneading clay. How stood on the pedestal, body folded tight, lower torso, strength, upper body, patience. He kneaded the clay like kneading a cloud into rain hands, pressed down, rotated, folded in, then pressed again. The soft clay under his hands, gritty veins cracked into fine dust, no longer rough. Occasionally, How looked up through the doorway and saw a wooden boat drifting past the dock. The rower wearing a conical hat, his oar churning the water like a fan. The river calm like a mother who has suffered loss, but does not need to tell it over and over. Another day, an art teacher from the district school brought her 12th grade students for a tour. The students laughed a lot, their hands free of ink smell. Mrs. Dewian invited each student to sit on the chair in front of the wheel. When the wheel turned, the students' faces changed just enough. Their eyes slowed, mouths spoke, less hands still awkward, but waiting. She did not immediately fix their hands. She let them watch how the clay responded. Some made a distorted bowl rims lumpy like a riverbank after flood. Some made a cup too tall. The body collapsed when the hand withdrew. Some just spun a lump of clay without shaping anything. Howe stood behind, remembered his first time, sitting there sweating behind his neck in the same way. By the end of the session, the teacher asked each student to write a line on a small paper. Drop it into a new jar. They wrote sentences like, "I want to travel far, but know the way home. I ask for a day without fear of mistake. I see this wobbly bowl, so drinking water will surely not spill." Mrs. Duyan closed the jar, placed it in the cool corner, and said, "Let this become glaze, listening." One quiet midday, Howe was drying some pale green glazed plates when a sparrow flew accidentally into the kiln house. It flapped its wings a few times, then perched on the rim of a large jar. Its eye was like a black bead, its neck slender. Howe reached out his hand as if to let it climb up, but it flew, hit a hanging string high up, then fell to the floor, dizzy. He picked it up, placed it in a straw basket, setting it in a spot with a breeze, but not cold misses. Duyan watched and said, "Leave it there. Do not blow on it. It will remember its breath by itself." Half an hour later, the bird opened its eyes, jumped toward the door, paused on the threshold for a beat, then flew out. Howe smiled, felt within his chest a bird that had just been placed back in the right spot. An old ferryman occasionally dropped by the kiln to ask for old kiln ash. He said he sprinkled the ash around the banana trees to strengthen their roots. He told stories of how the river changed its course several times in his life. Some stretch cut deeply into the left bank, then gave back some stretch, added a new bank. The river acts like someone learning to breathe deeper, he said, in more, out, more, yet the bank still remains. He took a ceramic bowl with a golden crack pickup home in his boat, placed it on the canopy, as if placing a quiet story. Later, when passing, people would see the fine gold gleam on the canopy, flicker, then fade with the wave rhythm. On the appointed day, the urn of the thin man came out of the kiln. The color was not pure black, but a smoky ivory gray, and around the body of the urn, a faint water retreat streak ran thin as a breath. He arrived, placed his hand on the urn, as one places a hand on the shoulder of a long unseen dear one. He did not say beautiful. He did not say just right. He only nodded. and a single tear at the corner of his eye fell without a sound. She handed him a piece of white cloth larger than the urn and said, "Let the urn rest its first night." He lifted the urn and left the kiln, stepping slowly, the heels of his shoes scraping the sand with a coarse sound. Hao stood watching him go, feeling as though he had just seen off a little boat onto the river on a calm night. Each evening, when the fire inside the kiln had cooled and the wind around it slowed, Mrs. Du Yan would take out a ceramic kettle and heat water on a small furnace in the yard. The kettle bore a patch of gold repair at the handle it had cracked when it once fell, yet she had not discarded it. She poured water into a chipped porcelain bowl and handed it to Hao. The water tasted of warm earth, of a fine trace of smoke, and a bit of cold sweetness from the river. Hao drank it and felt his throat open like a pathway freshly cleared of grass. She rarely spoke in grand sentences. She would simply show Hao a streak of cloud leaning over the water, a woman carrying vegetables walking by the riverside, a child riding on his father's bicycle seat, gripping a sesame rice cracker, and say, "The earth in your hands is like that too. It wants to take shape so as to have a place standing among the small pains." Winter arrived in the sound of dry wind. The kiln fire grew more irritable. A single oversight could make the glaze pop like foam, the ceramic surface speckled like a sun-burned human skin. Hao sat awake by the kiln late, many nights, watches the flames shifting colors on the wall, hears the wood crack. One night, he dozed off in the chair, awoken by a louder blast than usual. He opened the kiln door and peered in. A large jar had cracked with a long line. He sat breathing, wanting to call Mrs. Duyan, but silent. In the morning, she came, looked at it, did not scold. She took paint and said, "This line is beautiful," then patched it. Hao shed a little tear, not for the jar, but for how a failure was placed exactly where it belonged. Early spring, the reed beds grew tall. The riverbank seemed to wear a new skirt. The water jars were drying on the bamboo trellis. On each mouth of the jar, she placed a dry banana leaf so dust would not fall in. A girl from the city brought a bouquet of white camellias and asked her to make a low, wide-mouthed vase so the flowers would not stand stiffly. She crafted a vase of warm earth color, the glaze dripping in little speckles like drizzle caught on silk. The girl placed the flowers. The camellia petals opened like a delayed smile, and the afternoon in the kiln suddenly smelled of a brightly lit room, somewhere distant. In May came the sudden floods. The river rose muddy, carrying logs, bundles of straw, even a child's plastic flip-flop. Hao propped the ceramic racks up high tide ropes to the heavy jars. The water reached the threshold, then paused. At night, the sound of the water spilling over the bank was like someone crying far off. The next morning, the mud upon the yard was deep. Mrs. Duyen quietly washed each brick, the black water flowing in little streams. Hao helped her, his hands stained dark from the water. When the yard was clean, she went to the riverside, looked at the new watermark on the stake. The river teaches us the mark of what has gone by, she said, not to make you fear, but to remember how big a breath is. A year passed like a single long firing. The ceramics that went away returned. A bowl chipped at the rim was brought back, asking to have its rim smoothed and become a salt bowl. A cracked plate returned, used to hold osmanthus seeds. A half-broken jar became a pot for crepe myrtle. A small gray glazed vase stood in someone's home, holding the feathers the owner had found. Each time she heard someone tell the story, Mrs. Duyen would smile. She liked hearing the second lives of the ceramics, as though she liked hearing children uttering careless words, then fixing them, as though she liked hearing old men tell old tales, but forgetting half the details, and the story thereby becomes lighter. Hao grew by a year, his face tanned by sun, the palms of his hands thickened veins standing like a river branch drawn on a map. He learned to listen to the earth. One night, he sat alone, placed his hand on the wheel, pedaled, and a small bowl emerged like a falling star, just in the right place. He did not boast. He only placed the bowl on the drying rack, marked under it a little H. She saw it, said nothing, only poured more water into the kettle, pushed the cup of tea toward him. Someone asked why her kiln did not expand, why she did not raise the fire, why she did not make more. She pointed at the river. The river does not grow larger. In a day, she said, it only changes how it embraces the bank. Then she added, I am enough. Her enough fell light like a leaf, but landed on the ground, sounding clear. The questioner nodded, suddenly hearing the clamor in his heart settle one notch. One afternoon, when the sun had dropped between two bamboo tops, Mrs. Duyen brought from a high shelf an empty vase, placed it on the table in the center of the house, and told Hao to write 3 words with charcoal on the vase: earth, water, fire. He wrote slowly, the letters simple, no flourish. She said, place the vase right at the kiln arch entrance so visitors would see when they walked in. So they know we only make these. She said, the rest is wind. The afternoon breeze truly came in, touched the word fire first, then swept past water earth, making a few of her silver hairs tremble like a barely heard string instrument. When night fell, the pottery kiln became a golden light on the quiet riverbank. Seen from afar, it looked like a large firefly standing still among insect sounds, among the smell of wild grass after rain, among the steam rising from the water. A passing boat at the pier tipped its oar in greeting. Walkers paused a second, smelling a warmth they could not name, and inside that kiln, there was an old woman stoking wood with many warmed hands, a young man pedaling the wheel with feet now used to rhythm. There were vases, bowls, plates, jars, all learning to stand still a while before stepping into someone's life in a kitchen, on a small table beside a window, open to a piece of sky. So each morning, someone pours water, arranges a flower, or simply passes by, brushing a finger on the rim of a vase as though touching a greeting needing no words but enough to soften the heart, like the river's face just after the wind has gone. Story 9. The Beekeeping Garden. Beneath a slow sky, on a low hillside where the mountain's back opens into a sky wide as a giant window, there is an old beekeeping garden that anyone passing by recognizes by its gentle buzzing, like a melody, keeping time for the grass. Mr. Liu is the keeper of the garden, living alone in a small tin-roofed hut. Every morning, he puts on a worn mesh jacket, a wide-brimmed hat, and holds a tin smoker in one hand as he steps between rows of wooden hives arranged neatly like a library of honey. The smoke of basilwood drifts slowly through the mesh, mingling with the scent of forest flowers and damp earth, making the early morning taste dry sweet at the tip of the tongue. Mai came to the beekeeping garden in early summer when the sunlight was just warm enough to melt the frost. She was 18, had just graduated high school, and left behind the city's exhaust fumes and number-ticking billboards that flickered like lightning storms. Mai asked to stay and learn for a season, promising her mother she would write a letter by hand every week. Mr. Liu looked at the slender girl with her hair tied high and eyes wide as a pond in the afternoon, and nodded. Here you listen to the bees before you speak. Listen to the wind before you decide. Mai smiled, unsure if she could understand what bees were saying. She only knew that their buzzing sometimes looped, sometimes cut off, at times vibrating softly, like a palm brushing the edge of a wool sweater. The hives were numbered not to give bees names, since bees have no need for names, but to remember the temperament of each colony. Number 7 was calm, number 12 hot-tempered, and number 3 often slow to respond when tapped on the lid. Each morning, he would open the hives, smoke drifting gently as if someone were blowing dust off the surface of a book. A thin blade would separate the honeycombs. Pale golden and translucent, the hexagonal pattern so tight that the eye could search endlessly without finding a flaw. The worker bees darted back and forth like a hidden traffic system beneath the sky, each carrying a tiny pollen grain on its hind leg, golden specks that remind you some treasures always come in powder form. Mai learned to hold the combs with both hands, wrists steady, palms soft. She learned to hear the thickening buzz before rain, to watch the upward tilt of a bee's abdomen, signaling a new queen was coming to use the smoker with the right rhythm so as not to startle the colony. Do not wake the whole forest just to take a single drop of honey, he said, his voice low like the base of a tree. As she walked between the hives, Mai could smell the difference in each: the early bloom of coffee flowers, the last wild berries of the season, the lychee trees in the orchard below, and sometimes even a wisp of burnt straw from the neighboring valley. The bees brought back everything and turned it into one thing, only a sweetness that barely needs explaining. One cloudy morning, colony number 12 stirred. The bees swelled into a dense black cloud, flying low like hurried handwriting over the fence. Mai stood frozen, heart tight. Mr. Liu did not rush. He set down the smoker, took off his mesh hat, letting the wind pass through his white hair. This colony is about to split, he said. They are looking for a new home. The old queen had long stopped laying consistently, and the colony was preparing for a young queen. Some bees would leave with her. The rest would stay with the old queen, or perhaps the reverse. No one knew, not even the bees. He took a tree branch, tapped the hive gently, then hung a bamboo basket lined with dried longan fruit on a bua tree branch. They will choose a quiet place, he said. Mai was surprised. Why let them go? He smiled. Leaving is a way of staying. If you hold on, the honey will turn bitter. By noon, the swarm gathered on the bua branch like a black heart that knew how to beat. The buzzing was thick, but not fierce. He stood beneath, raised the basket slowly. The whole cluster of bees dropped into it like warm rain. He set the basket over the mouth of a new wooden hive one never lived in before cracked the lid open, and the bees poured into their new home like a flowing stream. Mai watched as a few bees lingered at the rim of the basket, waggling their abdomens, their stingers pulsing into tiny shapes. The human eye could not read. "What are they saying?" "They are saying this house is all right," he answered, "but they are still waiting for the queen." Half an hour later, the young queen appeared. Longer, body heavier, belly slow movement, but centered and sure. The workers made way for her, like friends steadying a pregnant woman. When the queen entered the hive, the dark cloud dissolved. The buzzing changed tone, lower, calmer. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on the hive as a small, warm greeting. Life here was not only bees and honey. In the afternoons, people from the nearby village brought fruit to trade for honey. Someone with a few green-skinned grapefruits, another with a basket of baby corn that smelled of milk, someone else bringing only a story while waiting for a loved one to return. Mr. Liu never haggled. He weighed with his ears. Those who spoke of many worries received less honey. Those who spoke little but breathed heavily got a larger jar. Once, a young mother carrying her coughing child asked for some beeswax. He gave her a golden piece, just enough to fill a child's palm. "Chew it soft. Do not swallow," he said. "Let your breathing remember, it has space." The boy held it tight, eyes looking at him, the way one might look at a tall tree standing at the village gate. Each late afternoon, Mai washed the tools in warm water, steeped with lemongrass. The beeswax stuck to her hands like a sweet and stubborn promise. It took patience and coarse salt to scrub it off. She sat on the wooden steps, feet swinging, listening to the forest change shifts, the sparrows going to sleep, the crickets taking over the wind, folding up the sounds of the day. He sat in a rattan chair, slicing darkened bua fruit, the knife blade shiny from years of sharpening. "Humans and bees share one thing," he said. "If the hive lacks empty space, there is no room for honey." Mai thought of her rented room in the city. A desk, a leaning bookshelf, a window facing a neighbor's wall, and an email inbox as full as a hive never cleaned. She sighed, feeling as if some tiny needle had just been pulled from her shoulder. Early autumn, the wild acacia trees bloomed with pale yellow clusters, and the honey changed its flavor. Mai learned how to listen to the honey, open the hive lid, touch the blade to the wax surface, skim a spoonful, and bring it to her lips, letting the honey flow on its own. Acacia honey clung slowly, spreading gradually. The first note was the scent of young butter, followed by sweetness, and finally a faint aftertaste, like an unfinished sentence. Wild myrtle honey was different, thicker, both tart and sweet, like late ripening berries, and left a warm line down the throat, like a wool scarf laid gently there. he said, "each season has its own voice. Do not mix them for convenience." So in the hut, the glass jars bore handwritten labels: acacia, short rain myrtle, hill's end lychee, con tron bank coffee, heavy mist. His writing was calm, no flourish, standing straight, like gentle gatekeepers. One evening, the sky darkened, and the smell of heavy rain dragged in. The thunder was not loud, but close. The bees inside the hive hissed quietly, piling over each other, seeking one another. Mai panicked. "Are they scared?" she asked. He laid a hand on the hive lid and replied softly, "They are remembering someone." She blinked. Remembering who? Each other. He tied the tarpaulin tightly over the hut roof, checked the legs of the hives, and added stones to those near the edge of the hill. Rain poured down like a thick curtain. Inside the hut, the oil lamp swayed its light, trembling with the sound of rain. He poured a little coffee, blossom honey into a cup, mixed it with warm water, and gave it to Mai. "Drink it so the heart does not go hollow." The honey went in warm, then silent. When the rain eased, they went out with a flashlight to check each hive. At number 3, a section of the wooden lid had blown open. Bees spilled over the edge, black as freshly cut hair. He did not use smoke. He cupped both hands, lifted the bees, as if lifting a bowl of hot rice set them back inside, replaced the lid, and wedged it tight. The bees did not sting. Mai stood watching rain running down her face, unsure if it was sun or tears. Back in the hut, he said softly, like talking to a piece of wood, "When we are not afraid, they are less afraid too." One day, the town invited him to speak at the community hall. He wore an old, freshly ironed shirt and tied a brown fabric scarf. Mai went along carrying a few honeycomb frames already harvested. The meeting room had red banners with white lettering. It was packed children, elders, couples holding hands. He held the microphone like someone holding a small fish, not too tight, not too loose. He told stories about bees in plain words. In the colony, each bee has one job. One guards the entrance. One cools the hive by fanning its wings. One gathers pollen. One feeds the brood. One scouts paths. One records the scent of home. The queen lays eggs, and the males exist for one exact day of need. No one asks who is more important. People chuckled softly. He continued, "Sometimes a hive full of honey still gets abandoned. Not because the bees dislike honey, but because it gets too hot inside. In the evening, If no one opens the door for wind, even honey becomes bitter. A man near the back stared at the floor. Mai stood beside the table, handing each child a piece of beeswax, telling them to chew gently. They laughed, teeth sticking with gold, their giggles softening the room. Early winter came, and flowers were few. Bees had to fly farther. He harvested less honey, saving more for the hive. Taking too much now is greed, he said. Mai asked why some people said to feed them sugar water instead. He replied, "Sugar feeds the body, not the spirit. The bees might survive, but the honey will lie." She nodded, realizing the town also had many things that lied, but people accepted them out of convenience. She wrote her mother a letter, telling stories of weather rain and jars with handwritten labels. At the end, she said she did not want to come back, yet she wanted to stay through one more blooming season to see how honey changes its voice. Her mother wrote back, "Wherever you breathe evenly, that is home." On the last day of the year, he brought a bottle of wild myrtle honey to the temple. The abbot placed it on an old wooden table, the warm scent of honey brushing the tea flowers, casting a brief glow through the room. "Honey is quiet," the monk said. "Its sweetness does not shout." He smiled, said nothing more. Walking down the stone steps, he remembered the first time he brought Mai to the bee garden. How she had stood far off, hands tightly clenched. Then over time, her hands stopped clenching. People learn how to stop grasping. Bees learn how not to sting. Maybe they meet in that place. One morning, Mai found a worker bee fallen onto the edge of a rain-filled aluminum basin, wings wet and weakly flapping. She lifted it, placed it in a patch of sunlight, and blew gently. He passed by and said just one thing: "Do not blow too hard. Do not do sunlight's job for it." Mai sat there, letting the bee dry itself, watching a life as small as a grain of rice recover with the patience of the sky. When it flew off, it left behind a tiny dark spot on the basin's edge. She touched that spot. The water was sweet, very thin, hard to tell from tears, but enough to know she had just learned something schools do not give credit for. The next season came, and Mai stayed. Her hair had grown longer. She cut it short and tied it with a piece of old fabric. She now knew how to walk barefoot on grass without making the blades tremble, how to hear the bees grow agitated when a stranger approached, how to count the number of combs without looking, how to stand among bees without feeling the need to prove anything. Sometimes she thought of a friend in the city. That friend sent her a photo of the night city lights dripping like falling honey. Mai replied with a picture of dawn on the hill, the fog thick as an unforwarded message. They did not ask, "When are you coming back?" They asked, "What did the wind say today?" One soft afternoon, Mr. Liu sat sawing a plank of wood for a new hive lid. The saw moved steadily. Beside him, Mai wrote labels for the jars. She paused, asked casually, "Are you afraid that one day you might not be able to keep the garden?" He looked up and smiled. "Of course, but fear does not make the bees stay any longer. Staying is about how we open the door." He pointed at hive number 7, which now hummed in a softer tone. They stay because they want to. We just do our part. Clear the path, lessen the smoke, reduce strange smells, leave enough space and enough flowers. He said slowly, "People are probably the same." That evening, the sky looked like a page softly erased by a sleeve. Wind whispered through the buah leaves. Chickweed bowed low. A streak of sunlight slinked across the hives like a lazy yellow cat. Mai stood watching the bees return their legs dusted with pollen, their bellies full. They landed on the hive edges, exchanged a quick gesture like a tiny handshake, then slipped into the dark of the hive. She thought of the days when she herself had come home carrying things found outside, things she had no name for, but somehow knew exactly where to place and who would receive them. Her heart felt like a wooden hive, part myrtle blossom, part acacia, part still lingering with the rainstorm, part left open for a season, not yet here. At night, the bee garden sank into a hum deep as an underground current running through the earth's gut. In the sky, the stars lit up unafraid. On the ground, a small hut glowed in the corner, oil lamp, flickering glass jars, neatly lined up their handwritten labels in place. He lay on the rattan chair, eyes closed, hand resting on his belly, as if on a moored boat. Mai sat by the doorway, back against the frame, holding a blank notebook, not yet written. She listened to the bees the way one listens to a city where no one needs to raise their voice. She thought of tomorrow, of the acacia honey batch they had planned, of a colony about to split, of a letter to her mother written on Sunday morning, of stitching a torn sleeve on his old coat, of that phrase, "Open the door for the wind," a line that sounded like it was about houses, but turned out to be about the heart. When the night wind passed through, carrying the scent of late wildflowers. The bees did not change their rhythm. They were already used to the sky shifting colors, while the work still had to be done with tiny hands and delicate wings. In that place, among wooden hives and glass jars, among the smoke of basilwood and the sparse myrtle blossoms, between the presence of an old man and a young girl, there existed a kind of quiet that knew how to breathe, the kind of quiet that did not require anyone to sit cross-legged or chant a single verse, only asked that each day be walked gently. The door opened. The bees listened to the smoke, lessened. The space kept clear, and a smile remembered when the honey flows slowly, because things that flow slowly tend to stay longer in the heart. Story 10. The Tea House. Beside the slope in the mist. The tea house perches halfway up a slope along the winding road that connects the town with the pine forest behind. There is no signboard, only a small lantern hung in front of the porch, which, when lit, glows a pale red, like a late ripening persimmon. Locals simply call it Mrs. Mann's Tea House. Anyone who passes by in the afternoon remembers the faint aroma drifting from the kettle, boiling on the earthen stove. Tea scent, cinnamon scent, and the wood smoke mingling with the mist. Mrs. Mann is now over 60, small in stature, her hair fully gray, but neatly coiled. Her eyes are kind and deep. The way she brews tea is like someone putting hands together in front of a Buddha statue, slow, precise, and never the same twice. Each morning, she goes to the stream behind the house, fetches water, lets it flow over a piece of green stone, then catches it into a clay kettle. The water does not boil quickly, but when it does, it stays at the boil for a long time. She says, there is a promise in it. The tea she selects is not expensive, just some dry lotus leaves blended with a few leaves from an old tea tree, and sometimes a few thin slices of ginger to warm the traveler's heart. Every morning, the same, she opens the door before the sun rises. The house faces east, so each dawn it welcomes the first sunbeam crossing the floorboards, lying across them like a warm shawl. Inside, there are only 3 low bamboo tables, a small bookshelf, and a wooden table in the middle, where she places the kettle, a few small teacups, and a wildflower vase. Every day, the flower in the vase is different. One day, white chrysanthemum. One day, wild beetle leaf. One day, just a bare branch. She says that day, the sky wants a rest. The first visitor each morning is an old painter named Mr. Ungi, who lives down the slope. He brings a little sketchbook, sits at the table near the door, and orders the usual warm tea. He drinks without speaking, only draws. Mrs. Mon pours the tea, lets the smoke drift across the paper. "What are you drawing this time?" she asks. He smiles. "The steam of the tea, but I do not know how to draw it properly," she says. "Then draw the smoke and leave the warmth in the hands of the viewer." They look at each other, say nothing more, only hear the water bubbling, the sound of the spoon knocking the small kettle lid, and the sound of birds beginning to call across the roof. Near noon, a young woman drops by backpack on her back, her trousers dusted with road grime. She asks for a cup of tea, saying she is on her way home after 2 years working in the city. Her eyes carry the fatigue of one who has not slept through the night, yet in her voice there is still a sliver of light. Mrs. Mon pours her a small cup of tea and puts a piece of grilled rice cake alongside. "Drink slowly," she says. "Tea is hot, and if your mind is hurried, it grows bitter." The young woman laughs, inhales a breath, then sips. The aroma of the tea softens her eyes. "I do not remember having this flavor," she says. "In the city, people put too much sugar. Sweetness makes people forget too fast," Mrs. Mann says. "Tea only needs just enough bitterness for you to remember you still have a tongue." She sits until midday, hears the pines murmuring outside the porch, then says quietly, "I am afraid to go home," not knowing what to say to my mother. "It's been too long." Mrs. Mon ladles more boiling water, pours it out her voice as slow as the stream. "Then just tell her about the road you traveled. Let your mother hear you speak of the long way, and she will know you remembered." She nods, tears welling, as though she were given permission for something very small, yet important. Before she leaves, she buys a pack of tea. Mrs. Mann wraps it in old newspaper, ties it with a prickly vine string. "When you brew it," she says, "do not forget to leave one last gulp in the kettle. So tomorrow, you remember there is a place left for someone else." In the afternoon, the tea house welcomes several freight cart drivers. They laugh heartily, their sweat smell and the dust smell mingled together. Mrs. Mann does not flinch. She brews the tea, stronger, adds a little ginger, gives it to them. One of the group asks, "Aren't you afraid of cigarette smoke?" "No. Every smell has its purpose," she replies. They fall silent. On the bamboo wall, the shadows of people and cigarette smoke swirl together, appear, then vanish like small clouds not strong enough to fly away from the mountain. One late autumn afternoon, when the mist came down early, a stranger arrived, a young monk in brown robes, his shoulder carrying a canvas bag. He sat at the table on the porch, palms together in greeting, then asked only for a kettle of warm water. Mrs. Mon poured, placed a cup of tea beside him. They did not speak for a long while. The monk looked out to the pine forest, his gaze as still as a lake, just rippled. At last, he asked, "You live here on your own. Do you not feel lonely?" "No," she said. "Being alone does not mean being empty. It means leaving space for the wind to pass." The monk smiled, touched the teacup, said softly, "This tea is light," as if the brewer does not want to hold anyone. Mrs. Mon answered, "Because everyone who comes must also leave. I only keep a warm place for them when they pause." That night, when the tea house closed, the monk was still sitting on the porch, listening to the slope echo with the sound of water. She did not ask him to leave. She stoked the fire, let the lantern burn for another hour. The next morning, when she opened the door, she found a small piece of paper left on the table, with only one line. "Your tea makes people remember how to drink, not how to brew." Winter arrived, the mist thick as smoke. The regular visitors still came. Some merely passed by. Some came only to sit in silence. There were days no one said a word. She did not find it strange. She once said, "People come here not to talk, but to listen to the unspoken." Each time she poured tea, she poured one for herself, too placed it on the windowsill, letting the warmth touch the air outside. Some days the steam of the tea dissipated, then condensed into little droplets on the glass edge. She touched it, felt the cold, and smiled. All water will turn into mist one day. Just not its turn yet. One rainy afternoon, someone sent her an old letter without a clear addressee, only marked Tea House beside the slope. Inside was a faded photo, Mrs. Mon and a young man in front of the old shop, both smiling. Under the photo, it said, "If there is a next life, I will still brew tea. You will still wait." She read it quietly, then put it in the drawer under the kettle. That night, she did not light the lantern, letting the mist naturally brighten the porch. Spring came. The slope greened again. The persimmon tree in front of the house bloomed early, the fruit small as a teacup. One morning, Mr. Anguille, the painter, died. The villagers brought the news. Mrs. Man went down the house and stood beside his easel, saw his final painting, still unfinished, just the image of a steaming teacup and the empty space above with no person. She knew he was painting what no longer needed painting. When she returned, she brewed a fresh kettle, placed it on the table where he used to sit, poured another cup, and said softly, "You drink it warm for me. From then on, that place always held a cup of tea. No one drank. One day, a group of university students hiking the mountain stopped by, took photos of the tea house, laughing and chatting. One girl asked, "Do you not advertise online? A place this beautiful and so few know about." Mrs. Mann smiled and replied, "If someone needs it, they will come. Like tea, once it boils, enough the fragrance will fly by itself." They paused, bowed, and carried away the pack of tea she gifted. On the way down, one of them said, "This tea house is quiet, as if it is listening to music, though no music is playing." Then came another summer. Less mist, more sun. One day, Mrs. Mann fell while carrying water. Mai, the young woman from before, had returned to the town by then to teach school. When she heard the news, she rushed over. She found Mrs. Mann lying in the shade, still gripping the handle of the yoke tightly. "I am all right," Mrs. Mann said. "The earth just reminded me to sit down." After that, she no longer fetched water herself. Instead, she sat on the porch while her former students and old visitors took turns helping her. The young teacher asked, "Can I brew the tea for you now?" Mrs. Mann nodded. "Yes, just remember to pour slowly. Tea does not like people in a hurry." And so, the tea house stayed open each day. Only the hands pouring the tea had changed. When guests arrived, Mrs. Mann would simply sit in the corner chair, smiling. Sometimes she closed her eyes, listening to the sound of boiling water, as if listening to her youth. One morning, as the mist floated across the window and the sunlight slanted in, people found her asleep, hand resting on the kettle. No one dared to call her name. They just stood there until the steam from the tea had fully cooled. After the funeral, the tea house remained open. Mai kept her promise. On the bamboo wall, a small wooden sign now bore one more line, written in faint ink. "Each cup of tea is a breath of the mountain." Now anyone who walks up the slope in the early morning can still see the white steam drifting gently. The tea house no longer has Mrs. Mann, but it still has the scent of tea, the sound of water, and the warmth of the wind. Those who once stopped by say that every time they take a sip, there they feel as if someone is placing a hand gently on their shoulder, not saying anything, just reminding, "Drink slowly, or you will forget the taste of being alive." And so, in the middle of the misty season, halfway up the little slope, there remains a tea house that still opens every morning. No signboard, no need for familiar customers, just the breath of steam rising from the kettle. There, The old stories still pass through each wisp of smoke, each cup of tea, each beam of sunlight, quietly reminding people that sometimes the warmest thing in life is simply a place to pause and someone who once waited. Story 11. The Silver Film Photo Studio at the Rainy Junction. That junction lies on the road from the bus station into the market, with a small lane cutting off to the lake. In every season, it is wetter than the surroundings, as though the rain chose to linger a little before leaving. The photo studio, called Light and Silver, sits in the corner of that junction. Its wooden sign hangs askew, the white letters faded, nearly transparent. Anyone who pushes the door and steps in immediately senses familiar smells. The smell of photo paper, the smell of developing chemicals, the old leather scent of worn album covers, and the canvas tarp covering the large camera in the corner. The yellow light at the counter glows just enough to see each other. Beyond that, through a heavy door, lies the dark room, curtained in black, where the red lamp lets the film take its time to develop. The proprietor is Mr. Ka, about 60 years old, hair gray, his gait slow, as though he measures each step to match the clock on the wall. His hands are large thumbs, thick, yet when he holds the photo tongs, he works as gently as someone handling a tea leaf. Every morning, he opens the door, wipes the glass, display, washes a new tray of water, mixes 3 chemical bottles, and labels each bottle with tape. Develop, stop, fix. On the wall, beside a few sample-framed photographs, hangs a small wooden plaque engraved with the phrase he often says to his apprentice: "Light goes its own way, we go ours. Let us meet at just the right exposure." Yen, his 19-year-old apprentice, hair tied neat, quiet. She joined the studio after one rainy day when she took shelter, stood watching the black and white prints of a deserted street, looking so long she felt as though she heard a piece of music. She learns, fast remembers each operation, but Mr. Ka says, remembering the steps is one thing, remembering the silence is another. Silence here does not mean not speaking, but rather not rushing during the minutes when the film waits to appear. Each morning, someone brings film for development. Some carefully write frame numbers, others hand in a roll, plus a folded note. Mother's birthday, sandy beach, noon window, mist. Mr. Ka takes it, nods, gives a time. The studio does not promise same-day turnaround. He keeps a schedule for each roll, like a watering plan for a garden where no 2 plants drink at once. One early summer rainy day, an old lady from a lane behind the market brought an old roll of film. She said it was the last roll taken by her husband's camera before he fell ill. The camera broke. The film sat in the drawer for 3 years. She feared it was ruined. She handed it over, drew back, as though holding a thread about to snap. Mr. Ka did not soothe her. He took the roll, placed it on the table, wrote down the date received, then handed her a small ticket. "Please wait." 3 days, he said. She nodded, left more slowly than she arrived, the ticket in her hand, like someone holding another's. At noon, he and Yen entered the dark room. The red lamp came on. The room shrank, only the water trays, the steady drip of water, and the cold chemical smell remained. He removed the roll from the plastic core, unrolled it, as if opening an old tape, ran his fingers over the emulsion side to check. The film was coiled into the stainless steel drum, placed into the development tray. He stirred steadily, counting silently. 1, 2, 3, 10. Then paused, stirred again. "Do not disturb," he said softly. "Let the old light come back." Yen listened, hand holding the stopwatch, eyes watching the drums spin like a little boat on waves. When he removed the drum, he rinsed it, moved it into the stop bath tray, then into the fixer. The frames surged a half-open door, the paddle shadow across the lake surface, a meal tray set in the courtyard, the photographer's shadow at the edge of the bowl, an empty bench on the porch, and at the end of the roll, the portrait of the old lady, hair-coiled eyes, looking beyond the frame, her smile thin, like the thread used to tie sticky rice packages. Yen exhaled without realizing how long she had held her breath. Mr. Ka said nothing, only nodded, reached for the final rinse tray, timed the water flow for a few more beats. In the afternoon, the clouds lowered. He examined each frame, noted the exposure adjustment. Plazon. Keep original. His magnifier bears the scratches of many years' labor, yet his eyes, through it, remain steady. He chose the paper exposed, shielded the light with his hand, as though covering a child with a blanket. The old lady's portrait emerged gradually in the development tray. First, the glint of an eye, then the curve of the cheekbone, then a strand of hair across the ear. The dark room was so silent, one could hear Yen swallow. "Just right," he said, raising his hand at the right moment. The print moved into the stop bath, then the fixer tray. The black and white adhered to the paper like words to a storyteller's voice. The old lady returned on the appointed day. He did not place the photos in a Ziploc bag. He used wooden clips to bind them into a small stack tied with a vine string. She opened them at the counter, did not wait until she got home. Her hands trembled lightly. Each print appeared like opening a small cabinet in her old home. The aluminum basin in the yard, the cat lying on the doorstep, the mildew-marked shirt hanging behind the kitchen, and finally, herself. She looked up at him, did not say thank you, only placed her hand on the photo for a second, as if on someone's arm. Then she tucked them away and left. He watched her go, turned back calmly, recorded in his log, Roll 24. Developed well. On another occasion, a young man brought rolls of film whose edges had burned light, had leaked in, causing part of the frame to bleed red for color, film, or white for black and white. He was anxious, asked for help. Mr. Ka looked, smiled. No problem. The burnt part just means we stand a little farther away. Then he instructed Yen to cut pieces of masking paper to cover the burnt region during exposure, so that different exposure compensation could be used. The first time Yan's hand trembled, the mask edge crept into the part that needed to appear. He did not scold. He simply swapped the paper and said, "Again, but do not hate the burnt part." The print came out the once error now, a soft, bright border, like a morning mist merging into the grass edge. The young man looked, his eyes lighting up. Many ruined things just need to be placed in the right spot, he said, as though speaking to a water tank. Some days, a middle school girl came in, carrying her mother's small film camera, asking Mr. Ka to teach her how to load a roll. She liked jangling the little bell at the shop door, liked the thin chime each time the door swung and the bell rang. Mr. Ka showed her how to pull the film leader into the slot, wind it gently until the sprocket holes engaged the teeth. She dropped the roll. He picked it up without a sigh. He told her to watch the viewfinder frame, choose a straight line, the edge of the table, a wall edge, and keep that steady in the photo. Then count your shutter presses. Do not press continuously so the shutter does not get hungry. She nodded, ran out, and clicked the window, the plane tree, the cat. A week later, the prints came back. She smiled. "My photos are not straight." He pointed to the print of the plane tree, the branch slanting, the leaf falling. Straight is whether what we mean stands steady, not whether the tree does. On a dry noonday, the overhead light in the dark room was warmer. Yan learned to measure light with her hand. She opened her palm under the sun, watched the skin tone shift, guessed how long the exposure should be. "A good camera helps," he said, "but your hand should know the weather." She began to notice the difference between new light and afternoon light on the same pavement, between a thin cloud covering the sun and a thick cloud, between a person standing still and a person walking. Each of those will become a different gray scale, a different silence when the print develops. Black and white photos do not lack color. He told her they just have a different set of steps. On a rainy, thundering day, the shop was quiet. He drew the dark room curtain, mixed fresh chemicals instead of discarding old solution and mixing brand new. He filtered through paper and kept some old water. Young water develops faster, but lacks depth, he said. Yixuan heard this and recalled that yesterday she replied to a message too quickly. Words quick, while the heart did not have time to meet. Here, everything demands waiting. Waiting for the paper to drink the light. Waiting for the image to appear. Waiting for chemicals to wash away the excess. Waiting for water to run clear of salts. Waiting for the paper to dry before hanging. On the bamboo rod where prints hung, they dripped, each little drop hit the tray below with a quiet sound. In the afternoon, the last sunbeams slid past the curtain. Edge flicked across the row of prints like a page turning in a book. Some came just to develop one print, the photo of a newly built grave for a father. He exposed it, kept the memorial inscription sharp, softened the sky behind so the stone would not feel too heavy. Others brought old wedding prints to enlarge, wanting the bride's eyes sharper. He did not sharpen by cranking up contrast. He positioned the bride's eye in the soft light, let the silver grain in the paper gather slowly so that the gaze could breathe. Others brought negatives, ruined by dampness, asked him to rescue whatever remained. He could print a few frames. The blotches turned into patterns that looked like a rainstorm across a face, making the smile at the lips' edge become real. The receiver of prints often cried, not because the photo was pretty, but because the photo did not lie. One day, the parish priest sent a few old rolls taken during a 100-manner parade some 15 years ago. He developed them, printed them, dozens of the children's faces from years before, now grown and gone all over the place. He hung a long line of prints in the corridor. The breeze made them bang lightly against one another. He stood there a long time, his gaze reading a silent litany. He asked, "Why do you not use a digital camera like people do? Less work." He smiled. Any camera still needs a person. What takes effort is standing with something long enough. At the end of autumn, the lake by the junction rose mist early. On a day before opening the shop, he walked around to the water's edge, framed a shot of mist cutting across the reeds. His camera was very old, the lens slightly scratched. He still kept the habit of writing the date, the hour, the light direction, even his feeling when he pressed the shutter. Not to teach anyone. He said so, I do not lie to myself. When the prints came back, he did not hang them. He stored them in a separate box, labeled lake, mist, morning. Sometimes when a customer did not ask, he would pull out one print, slip it into an envelope along with their developed rolls. A gift, he wrote, without a name. Winter came. The air shrank. The dark room was warm, but his hands got stiffer. One afternoon, while clipping a print, he dropped the wooden clip with a clop, his face slightly furrowed. Jan asked if he was okay. He shook his head. Just my hand reminding me to rest. He handed Yen the development schedule for the next 3 days, letting her do it. She went into the dark room alone, the red lamp on her heart beating differently. She exposed the first print, overdid it, too dark. The second, too under, too pale. The third, just right. She left it still for a long while, watching the image rise out of white into gray, into deep black. When she left the room, Mr. Ka sat at the counter with a cup of hot tea, his eyes warm. He did not praise, did not correct. He asked, "Did you hear the photo when it wanted to stop?" She nodded. "There," he said, "hold on to that sound for yourself." On the last day of the year, more people came to develop photos. They wanted prints of the days just past to keep in a box, like people write a final line in the ledger. He and Yan worked until evening. When they hung the final print, only the fan and the clock ticked. He turned off the darkroom lights, drew the curtain, wiped the table. Outside, fine rain fell. The junction was silent. He locked the door, touched the wooden sign. The white letters faint under the old paint seemed to exhale. He whispered without knowing if anyone heard, "Another morning will come." In spring, the shop had more children. They stood close to the display case, looking at the old cameras, like toys. Yan showed them how to load film rolls, click shutter, forget to rewind, such that when developed, one image lived inside another. He did not call that a mistake. He pointed at the overlapping image and said, "Life is often like that." The children laughed, asked to keep the mistake, print took it home. Adults seldom kept that error. They chose the clean sheet. He did not argue. On a warm afternoon, a young man brought a box of gloomy negatives, his grandfather's. The grandfather passed through war, left only a few rolls. Mr. Ka developed them, picked paper exposed. The print emerged heavy silver grain sky, like stone, the man beside a bus, looking rough, like bark. The grandson held it trembling. He gently brushed a speck of dust at the edge and told him, "Dust is very real. Do not wipe it too clean." The young man nodded, suddenly standing straighter. One day, Mr. Ka arrived late. The shop was open, but the dark room curtain not drawn. He entered slowly. Yan reached to help. He shook his head, smiled. "My hand can still do one more roll," he said. That day, they developed just one roll Yan's, roll of the tea house on the misty slope. The cup, the steam, the empty chair's shadow. He printed each image, signed a small K on the back of each print, like one stamping a season. Then he removed his apron, sat on the wooden chair, looked at the light reflecting on the display glass. A few weeks later, he fell ill. The shop closed for a few days. When it reopened, Yan hung a large print in the spot where he used to stand, his hand holding the wooden clamp against the soft, red light background. Below the frame, she fixed a small wooden plaque. "Keep the rhythm of waiting." Since then, Yan has done the developing. The dark room smell did not change the drip of water, still slow. Old visitors still come, bring film pickup prints. Some arrive more neatly dressed, as if entering a church with no religion. On the counter, besides the 3 bottles, labeled "Develop," "Stop," "Fix Yan," placed a small glass bottle containing a few silver grains from the rinse tray. She jokes it is dust of light. At the end of the day, before turning off the lights, she pours a little water into the bottle, swirls. It watches the silver dust float, then sets it down, turns out the light. The rainy junction is dark now. The damp smell creeps through the door, travels down the street, merges into the mist. Anyone passing by light and silver, late at night, if they stand still long enough, will hear a very delicate sound, the final drop of water falling from the edge of a photograph into the tray below. That sound does not call anyone in, nor does it mourn those who have just left. It simply reminds us that some images take time to appear, and there are people who choose to stay beside them through all that time, not for recognition, but because they believe that when light and shadow are placed just right next to each other, they will say something that needs no words. At the rainy junction, where roads cross and scatter, the little photo studio still opens, still waits, still mixes chemicals in the same old ratios. And the prints, each one a breath, continue to be hung, to drip to dry, to leave the dark room, to enter someone's hands, to slip into wooden boxes, drawers, book covers, tabletops, until one day someone opens them, and within their chest rises the feeling of a room with a red lamp, with the smell of water, with the glow of a time that is no longer here, but still warm, warm like a hand that has just gently set down a wooden clip. Story 12. The Attic Library. Overlooking the river. On the roof of the old market on the side, facing the river, where the reed bank lies low, there is a long, narrow room that townsfolk call the Attic Library. There is no signboard, only a wooden green-painted door, its knob cold even on a summer day. A wooden staircase leads up creaking like a piece of music practiced for years. Anyone who reaches the final step bows slightly, as if greeting something unseen. Opening the door, the smell of old paper and dry wood flows into the lungs, light as chalk dust still hanging in a classroom after the day has ended. Light comes in through 3 long roof windows and pours onto the central reading table, dividing its surface into alternating bright and shaded squares, like a chessboard where time is the player. Mrs. Lee tends the library. She is small, straight-backed, her silver hair tied with a pale blue cloth. On her left wrist, she always wears an old rubber band to gather loose sheets someone forgot. Each morning, she opens earlier than the market bell. Before she throws open the window, sashes to welcome the light, she makes a round among the shelves, running her palm over the spines of books. That gesture is not to wipe away dust. Rather, it is like checking the pulse of a dear person after a long night. She says books have their breath too. At night, it slows. Morning must wake them with the hand. Kwan, a final year university student, came to the library on a day when the wind had shifted, carrying a folder of job applications he dared not open, and a question he did not know how to ask. He chose a seat by the window, facing the river, where the breeze leaves a scent of warm water. Mrs. Lee poured him a cup of warm water, stirred with dust, placed it before him without asking what he needed. Here people seldom ask. They let questions stand beside them, like an empty chair. That morning, Kwon opened a scratched cover book italic type about journeys on the sea. He read a few lines, then lifted his gaze to the river. On the water, a small wooden boat drifted by slowly, the oars lifting and falling, as though someone tapped a drum with a cloth-wrapped mallet. On the house roof, opposite, a line of clothes fluttered softly, dress shirts and floral skirts brushing, then parting. The room was not noisy, yet not entirely silent. The sound here had the quality of wind on paper, only heard when sitting long. At noon, the sun shifted behind the roof tiles. In the gentler light, Mrs. Lee took from the drawer a thick cloth-bound ledger and placed it on the central table. "The shared reading book," she said to Kwan. "If you wish, write one line after you finish a page you remember." Kwan opened at random. One person wrote page 47, "Smells of a fire pit, gone cold." Another wrote page 212, "Taught me to fold a fear like folding a letter." Someone else drew a tiny window. The handwriting varied in age, in style, in punctuation. They do not converse with each other. They stand beside each other, holding a distance, just enough, like devotees in a temple queuing to offer incense. One dusty rain day, the primary school children climbed up to the attic. They walked in line hands on the stair rail, eyes wide, as though entering a cave with a sleeping dragon. Mrs. Lee handed each a bookmark made from stiff cardboard cut from a cookie box, corners, rounded a small paper, glued on reading to breathe. "A bookmark is not to occupy a spot," she said, "but to remember where you once breathed." The kids smiled, hid their bookmarks in pages with drawings. One stopped at an illustrated sea encyclopedia and asked, "Does the sea ever end?" Mrs. Lee smiled. "Ends for a short voyage traveler. Does not end for someone who carries the shore with them." Late afternoon, a middle-aged man entered his raincoat, marked with damp streaks. He placed a black-covered ledger on the counter, asked if he could donate it. Inside were sketchbooks of the river wharf, through seasons, reeds white like an old woman's hair, floodwaters, reaching the market's plinth dry wind, turning the river surface into a breathing pane of glass. Mrs. Le accepted, pasted a small label on the spine, reading "Here," then placed it on the shelf, marked "Books that come themselves." This shelf is low. Anyone can reach it. She believes what comes by itself should be within reach. The library has a corner called the silent mailbox. It is a small wooden box with a slot for people to drop untitled notes. Occasionally, Mrs. Le opens the box, pours the slips onto the table like pouring beans into a sieve. There are scraps of sentences that, when read aloud, sound like whispers to oneself. "Mother, I am learning to sleep on time. I have not spoken an unkind word in 2 days. Yesterday, I returned the pen I took by mistake." Some slips contain only a dot of ink, no words. Mrs. Lee stores them in a separate binder, labeled "Things Small Enough." When the seasonal southeast wind comes, the papers in the library feel heavier. The spines of books swell. The smell of old glue becomes strong. Mrs. Lee takes a small iron and glides it over some pages that have rippled, not flattening them fully, just smoothing them, so they lay less distorted. Do not try to make them utterly flat, she says, because these ripples are where light settles. Kwan heard this and thought of the wrinkles on his father's forehead. His heart softened, as though someone had just placed a hand on a taut string. One peaceful afternoon, a young woman came in, holding a stack of papers and 2 photographs. She spoke softly. I want to find something about forgiveness. Mrs. Lay did not lead her to the religious shelf. She brought her to the table by the window, overlooking the river. Placed before her, a diary of a person long gone. Handwriting, neat many places crossed out. Reading someone. Learning to forgive, she said, is easier than reading someone who has already forgiven. The woman sat until afternoon, then lifted her head, her eyes brighter. Before leaving, she wrote in the shared reading book, page 98, says, I have passed a bend, but the river is long. I feel enough. Some people come here to forget. A young man in a cap, pulled low, crept into the corner shelf of comics, sat very long, gazing at a drawing of a robot hugging a cat. An old woman looked for the children's book with the poem she once read to her child. Now the child was gone, far away. 2 old friends chose a volume of classic poetry, read the line, the wind brings the bamboo branch rustling, then laughed as though they had just solved a riddle. Those moments were not large, but they weighed just right, like a warm pebble in the palm. Kwan stayed longer and longer. He began helping Mrs. Lee rewrite faded book labels in his own handwriting, tall, fine, slightly slanted, like someone walking fast but not rushing. He also took over returning books, recording in the ledger, tightening loose screws on tables. Each evening, before closing, he walked slowly between the shelves, listened to the sound of fabric brushing book spines. Strange that sound differed each day. Some days dry, some days damp, some days like tiny sand. He thought, maybe reading is how we know which air weather we belong to today. One morning, the river rose thick with mist. The library lay immersed in pale white light, all edges softened. Mrs. Lay placed a stack of new letters on the table. They were notes addressed to the unnamed reader. One read, "If you do not finish reading, that is fine. There are walls that only need half a coat of paint." Another said, "I returned the book 13 days late. Thank you for not charging me a penalty." Mrs. Lay said, "A library is not to punish people for staying too long in a sentence." Kwan smiled, flipped through a letter, saw a sketch of a water droplet leaf. The caption underneath, "This leaf has finished one season of reading." On another day, Heavy rain lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The old roof tiles leaked. Water dripped along the beams. Mrs. Lee placed basins where the drips were and laid newspapers beneath the tables. Kwan climbed on the roof to replace some tiles. His clothes soaked his hands covered in moss. She handed him an old cotton towel, drying on the small electric heater. "Any books, wet miss?" he asked. "Only the spine of one notebook," she replied. "I've dried it with the wind." The room smelled of damp that was sweet like bark cracking open with fresh leaves. Amid the heavy rain sound, anyone opening a book handled the pages more gently, as if afraid of hurting a fragile creature. During exam season, the library was crowded. The chairs were insufficient, so Mrs. Le spread mats by the window. Kwan brewed ginger water and placed it at the far end of the table with a sign, "For anyone tired, please drink." Some eyes were red, some hands shook from coffee, some sighs hidden immediately. Mrs. Le did not advise or instruct. She only added to a shelf a thin, light blue book, no author name on the cover. Just 3 words. "Read slowly, please." That book had no clear content, just blank spaces interspersed with a few very short lines of poetry. Young people borrowed it, returned it quickly. Some did not write any review, except a comma. On a high, sunny day, Mrs. Lay sat for a long while in the chair behind the counter, looking out the window, her hand not gliding along the spines of books as usual. Kwan asked quietly, "Are you tired?" She shook her head, smiled, pointed to a patch of sunlight just fallen on the table's edge. "This sunshine is like the sunshine of 30 years ago," she said the day I opened the door for the first time. Kwan waited. She told him, "That day I thought I was opening a place for books. Gradually, I found the books opened a place for people." She smiled faintly. "For so many years, I have sat here watching people pass through like letters passing across a page. Some bold letters, some faint, some leaning, some written then crossed out, some abbreviation, some unwritten, but read clearly." At the end of the year, she handed Kwan a bundle of papers tied with vine string. "If one day I rest," she said, "you open this bundle." Kwan took it, did not open. The bundle sat on the shelf between 2 thick dictionaries, like a paperweight. The library continued its ordinary days. The smell of paper, the smell of wood, the sound of wind, the floorboards, the river flowing. On a New Year's Eve night, when the light was turned on, its glow danced on the display glass like small fish. Mrs. Lee stood counting the chairs, tapped a chair back with a very soft talk, then turned off the light, and descended the stairs. After New Year, she did not return immediately. Several mornings in a row, Quan opened the door, poured water, called her name in his mind. On the fourth day, she came in slower than usual, carrying a bunch of dried reeds. "I am going down to the river for a while," she said. Quan looked out the window, the sky slender. She placed the bunch of reeds in an earthenware vase, turned to him, and said, "Let's rearrange the books that come themselves shelf. Move it closer to the window." All afternoon, they shifted books, the shelf creaking. She told the story of an old boatman at the ferry wharf who looked like her father, who liked to count the waves. Quan nodded, asked no more. In summer, a tour group wandered in, praised the library, as Antique asked to photograph it. They placed chairs, set up cameras, pretended to read. Mrs. Le neither forbade nor encouraged. When they left the room, reverted to itself. Dust motes drifted again. The reading table warmed. Quan saw the new hand mark on the table edge, a drop of sweat still wet, and felt that between noise and quiet, there lay a small wooden bridge. Crossing it required feet that made no sound. Then, one morning, so calm you could hear the water vibrating beneath the roof, Mrs. Le told Quan, "I will retire at the end of the rainy season." Quan gripped the old rubber band she always wore, saw it worn nearly through. "Where will you go, miss?" he asked. "To a room by the river." Quite low, she said, "I want to hear the water closer." That afternoon, Quan opened the bundle inside was a key, a cloth-bound journal, like the shared reading book, but new, and a small handwritten note. The library does not need a keeper, only someone who answers the sound of the opening door. Do not fear the thickness of silence. The day she left the sky was neither rainy nor sunny. Regular readers came placed in the shared reading book lines that did not form sentences. An old woman slipped a sprig of basil into the spine of a book. A carpenter placed a newly shaped wooden wedge on the table. A little girl dropped an unopened candy into the silent box. Mrs. Le strolled around her palm-touched book spines one last time. She stopped at the books that come themselves, shelf pulled out the sketchbook of the riverside wharf, turned to a page with a watercolor stain, nodded as though she had just heard a greeting. Then she stood at the door, looked up at the roof where the sunbeams used to fall. "The stairs are old, but still take people up," she said. "The river is old, but still flows." She handed the key to Quan. From that day on, Quan kept the door. He opened early, poured water, learned how to wake books with his hand. He changed nothing major. He only moved the books that come themselves shelf closer to the window, placed the silent box within reach of the door, and rewrapped books with broken spines. In the morning, he stood outside the door for a minute, looked at the river, learning how the rhythm of water becomes the rhythm of the eyes. People still came. People still left. The sunbeams still divided the reading table into different squares each day. A few months later, he received a postcard from the county post office, a drawing of a riverside and a low house. On the back, it read, "Water nearer. Paper open. Person sits still." L. During the long, rainy season, the roof again leaked. Kwon set out basins, climbed the roof, replaced tiles. Late at night, he sat alone in the room. Yellow light, reading new entries in the shared reading book. Someone wrote, page 15, gave me a chair between person and task. Someone drew a triangle below it. Home, road, river. He closed the book, heard the water dripping from the roof into the basin, each drop a punctuation mark. He thought perhaps writing is how we count our own raindrops. By year end, Kwon hung a small wooden sign on the wall, like the one Mrs. Le once hung in Mrs. Mann's tea house that he passed by. Each page is a breath of the river. The reader looked up, smiled. Some nodded. Some laid a hand on the wood. Some did not notice. It is okay. The words are like a door without hinges. You open it by wanting less. In the attic library overlooking the river, the library remains open and has never been crowded. Each day, it is just enough. Just enough. Tables. Just enough chairs. Just enough space for a person to sit down, place their question beside a cup of warm water, and wait. The books still breathe steadily. The beams of light still pass by, like friends arriving on time. The lines of text still enter and leave like light footsteps. And somewhere lower down nearer the water, there is a lady with silver-tied hair, turning a new page, placing a reed branch in an old vase, listening to the river hitting the shore like a letter, finally finding its place on the page. Not bold, not hidden. Just enough so the reader knows they are reading the very breath of today. Story 13. The Clock Shop at the end of the windy street. This street is only about 100 meters long, paved with old ash-gray bricks. In every season, you can hear the wind passing between the two rows of low rooftops. At the end of the street, between the key repair shop and the Phi-O noodle stand, there is a small storefront. Its brass sign faded, time and humans. Inside, the smell of machine oil metal and a hint of long accumulated dust combine into a scent that makes anyone who enters slow their steps unconsciously. The proprietor is Mr. Do, around 70 years old, thin, slightly stooped, but his eyes bright as someone listening to music. He lives alone, with hundreds of clocks, wall-hung tabletop wristwatches, pocket watches. Some no longer run, some still tick, tick-tock, as steadily as breathing. The townspeople say Mr. Do does not just fix clocks, he repairs the minutes that people have dropped. Each morning, he opens the shop while the street is still misty. His first task is not to switch on lights or tidy the counter, but to walk around along the wall, lightly touching each clock face, adjusting misaligned minute hands, listening to the rhythm of each piece. Each tick is for him, like a heartbeat. He always says, "There is no dead clock, only clocks that have been forgotten." One day, a high school boy brought in a wristwatch whose crystal was cracked. "It belonged to my father." The boy said, "He has passed away." Mr. Do received it, carefully wiped the glass with flannel, studied each crack, like reading an old letter. "This watch still runs," he said. "Its seconds, hand, is just waiting for someone to look again." The boy was amazed. "How did you know?" He smiled. "Because a clock never runs for itself." He removed the back case, used fine tweezers to adjust each gear. The seconds hand trembled, then resumed motion, slow, even like breathing. "When you wear it again, do not fear its ticking," he said. "That sound is time speaking. It only wants to remind you you are still alive." In the afternoon, a middle-aged woman came by with a large pendulum wall clock, dark wood, the dial tarnished. It stopped. "The day my husband left," she said, "my sister said, 'Throw it away,' but I could not." Mr. Do accepted it, tipped his ear to it. He did not power it up, only tapped the wooden case. A low tone resonated. "It still has voice," he said, "only it is hoarse." He opened the back, blew off the thick dust, oiled the main gear. The minute hand twitched. He swung the pendulum left and right. The clack, clack began steadily, quietly, but clearly audible. The woman stood silent, tears running without wiping. "I only wanted to have something in the house that moves again," she said. He nodded. "Those who have gone far can still hear, as long as you leave space for the sound to echo." That night, he stayed in the shop. After closing time, turned off all lights. Only the street lamp glow cast onto the wall. Hundreds of clocks ticked simultaneously, not in sync, some fast, some slow. But if you listened carefully, they merged into a vast background hum, like distant rain. He sat quietly, closed his eyes, and saw within himself hundreds of clocks too, each counting someone who had passed through his life: mother, wife, friend, old customer. None were present yet. Each tick felt like a sign they had not faded. The next day, a young female student entered, bringing a silver wristwatch whose hands had stopped the dial still new. "It stopped exactly when I left my old city," she said. "I thought to replace the battery, but somehow I want to leave it as is." He looked at her, asked, "Do you want it to live again?" She hesitated. "I am not sure. When it stands still, I feel calm." He nodded, then let it stand. Sometimes need rest. Then he shared a quiet story. "The day my wife passed, I removed the batteries from 12 clocks in the house. I left them standing for a year. Every time I opened the door and heard silence, I knew I was living in her time. On the 366th day, I reinstalled the batteries, one by one, in the order they had stopped. When the last one ran, I knew I had passed a year." The girl sat quietly, then smiled. "So maybe I am not ready to replace the battery yet." He placed her watch on the shelf, wrapped it in velvet cloth, and said, "When your heart wants to beat again, come back here." Every week, he took in more clocks, each one with a story. Some say, "It runs faster than I do. I'm tired." Some complain, "It is slower than the one I love." Some just laugh. I do not know why I keep it. Maybe because its ticking sounds like someone talking in my house. He listens, does not judge, only asks, "Would you like it? Fast, slow, or stopped?" One late autumn afternoon, when wind drove fallen leaves into the doorway, a young musician appeared. He brought an old pocket watch, silver, worn bright at the edge, the dial slightly yellowed. "My grandfather used it. I am writing a song about time. I want the real sound of it." Mr. Dew opened the back case, wound gently. The tick, tock, came out warm, round deep. "Record it," he said. "That sound holds the heartbeat of the person who once held it." The musician placed his recording device near the watch, silent. When done, he asked, "Sir, do you ever fear a day when all the clocks stop?" Dew smiled. When a clock stops, people first hear how their own exhale sounds. On his 70th birthday, nobody except the clocks knew. That morning, as he entered the shop, a wall clock that had been stopped for months suddenly moved its hand. He stood still, heard the small clack, and laughed out loud. He took from the drawer a small wooden box containing his wife's wristwatch. It was a lady's model leather strap, cracked gold-plated bezel, darkened. He turned the crown, set the hands, to the moment the first light entered the shop. He strapped it on his left wrist. "Let's have one more day," he whispered. By noon, a stranger entered, a tall youth, tousled hair, holding a canvas bag. "Sir," he said, "I bought this pocket watch at the flea market. It runs off and on, but I don't want to change it." Mr. Dew examined the dial. It was his own pocket watch, lost 10 years ago. He looked at the young man, smiled. "How long have you had it?" 2 years now. Every time I hear it tick, I feel calm." He did not retrieve it. He said, "Keep it. It has found a new home. Clocks know how to choose a house." At night, when he closed the shop, he did not switch on the lights. He sat on a wooden chair, listened to the clocks on the wall, under the counter, in drawers on his wrist. All of them merged together, then separated, then merged again. The wind from the end of the street blew in, making the hanging clock chains sway their shadows on the wall like hundreds of tiny moons. He softly said, "Each tick is a greeting. Each talk is a bow." One morning, not long after people noticed the shop had not opened, neighbors knocked on the door. No reply, only the sound from inside, hundreds of clocks ticking together. Steady, not fast, not slow. When they broke the lock, Mr. Dew was sitting quietly in his chair, still wearing his wife's watch, a faint smile on his lips. On the table lay a piece of paper written in blue ink. "If one day everything stops, please do not wind them again. Let them rest. I have heard enough. They did not touch a single clock. And yet something strange happened for many days afterward, even though no one wound them, even though no batteries were replaced. All the clocks in the shop kept ticking. Everyone who passed by the door said they could hear a rhythm very much like their own heartbeat, but just a little slower, slow enough to feel life gently quiet down. Now, though the street has changed, though the shop, Time and Humans, has become a small coffee place, the new owner has kept a corner of the wall. There, an old wall clock still runs. Its second hand has never once slipped. Each afternoon, when the wind drifts through, anyone sitting nearby can hear the tick-tock, mingled with the clink of glasses, the murmur of voices, the distant hum of traffic. That sound seems to whisper, time takes nothing away from anyone. It only gives back to those patient enough to listen. And so, at the end of the windy street, in the rhythm of an old clock blending into new life. Mr. Du's story continues, not through hour hands or minute hands, but through the breaths of those who pause, listen for a moment, then smile and move on, as if inside their chest a small clock had just been fixed. Story 14. The Dough Paper Workshop. Under the mountain's shadow. The dirt road winds along the mountainside until it suddenly opens into a small valley. In the center of the valley lies a strip of water, as clear as an unhung mirror, a stone stream, its bed revealed in flat green slabs tinted with moss. On the bank stands a low-roofed house, its walls made of pine wood. Its door always open, the Dough Paper Workshop. Locals call it simply the paper house, as if paper were another tree planted here, grown, breathing. At dawn, the mist drapes down from the mountaintop in white patches. The sheets laid out to dry on the mat yard inhale the cool dampness, swell very quietly, then settle like a thin chest learning its rhythm. Mrs. Nan runs the workshop. Her silver hair is tied with a brown cloth. Her hands always smell of stream water and of dough bark soaking. She does not speak much. When she speaks, her voice is soft, like the surface of paper just removed from the mold, calm, thin, but bearing whole sentences. Her assistants call her Mother Nahan. Strangers call her the paper maker. She smiles, saying both are correct, because here the paper maker is like raising a gentle bird. Each sheet is a wing already dry, but still holds the shape of wind. Kwang, a young man just over 20, came to the workshop on a morning that marked the start of the rainy season. He carried 3 things: a small backpack, a sketchbook already damp at the edges from the overnight bus, and a long-held sigh. Kwang had studied design in the city, worked with screens, so much his eyes knew the green of fatigue. By chance, he once held a sheet of dough paper. At a market, it was as light as a touch, but firm where it needed to be, and its fiber strands appeared under the light like water veins. He came up the mountain for that sheet of paper because he wanted to know how a surface could be still. On his first day, Mrs. Nan did not teach. She simply led Kwang on a round past the troughs, where dough bark soaked in stone vats, the water pale yellow, the smell faint. Past the yard where the pounding for the pulp happens, the chisel mallets of wood striking rhythmically into fibrous masses. Past the drying racks, sheets clipped by bamboo clamps, sunlight pouring through, leaving shadows of clouds behind. Paper is not something you rush, she said. It is an assembly of the slow. Kwang nodded, his sneakers half wet from the dew on the grass. Inside the workshop, he saw a large wooden frame above it, a mold of fine mesh used to scoop the pulp into a sheet. Nearby, the vats of cooked pulp, the fire's embers murmuring like a whispered secret misses. Nyan dipped her hand into the filtered pulp vat, scooped a handful, and the pulp strands drifted through her fingers like milky rain. "Touch it," she told him. Kwang put his hand in the cool rose through his skin, reaching his wrist. "Good pulp is cool as fresh water," she said. "Tired pulp warms fast. It must rest. Work begins with the bark." The strong man Hao threw a bundle of bark soaked overnight onto the wooden plank bench. His hands pulled and scrubbed, turning the rough fiber into soft strips like seaweed. Hao spoke little, but his mallet beats were the language the whole workshop heard. The mallet fell in the rhythm, left, right, center, and every 12 beats, a pause like a verse. Kwang tried his hand at the mallet. It was heavier than he imagined. His shoulders heated, sweat trickled into his eyes. Mrs. Nahan placed her hand on his bicep. "Do not strike with anger. Strike with weight." Kwang changed his method, letting the mallet fall more than pushing. The sound softened. The fiber lumps began to loosen. By noon, the pulp was stirred with buffalo root glue, a sizing from the root of a tree that helps the strands stick. Mrs. Nan used her arm to stir a large circle, the rhythm even like a drum on skin, then raised the mold. She lightly tossed the mold into the surface of the pulp, dipped, shook her hand, pressed her foot, shook again. The pulp strands adhered to the mesh and formed a thin, even film. She lifted the mold. The leftover water drained like fine rain. Kwang watched, hypnotized by the appearance of a slender object you could hold. She placed the mold on the bench, used her hand to gently trim the edge. Then, with a decisive motion, she released it, turned the mold over onto a flat board. A sheet of paper emerged, wet, thin, luminous. "Release is not letting it drop," she said, her hand steady. "Release is placing at the right moment," Kwang repeated. Dip, shake, press, shake, lift, release. His first sheet came out, skewed its edge, frayed like an eroded riverbank. The second, too thick. The third, too thin. She did not correct him. She only said, "Breathe evenly first." Kwang took a deep breath, smelled the water and the bark, calling him away from the hurry he was used to. The fourth sheet suddenly was just right. On the yard, the sheets hung on drying racks in the sun. The wind passed through. The paper trembled like goose skin raised by a half-forgotten song. Kwang followed little Lan Hao's 12-year-old daughter to to hang the new sheets on the inner row. Lan counted quietly, 1, 2, 3, up to 11, then returned to 1. "Why count?" Kwang asked. Lan smiled. "To know we are here." Her answer was as light as a feather stuck to the collar, but when his hand touched it, Kwang felt his throat warm. In the afternoon, the mist returned from the mountain misses. Nyan brewed tea in a black clay kettle. The scent of fresh tea leaves blended with the smell of the stove smoke. Everyone sat on the wooden steps, watching the stream change color, with the sky jade green, then silver gray. Thunder rumbled somewhere. She told the story of her youth when she apprenticed in another valley. "The master told me, good paper is not flawless. White. Leave a little rain in the sheet." Kwang asked how you leave rain. She pointed to the fiber veins. "Here. These lines are where the sky has passed. If you smooth them all away, the writing will slip." In the days that followed, the work became rhythm. Early morning, Kwang went to the stream bank, scooped water into settling tanks. Mid-morning, the pounding of pulp. Noon, the sheet release. Afternoon, pulling from the boards to dry. Evening, sorting paper for writing paper, for painting paper, for folding into fans, paper for mounting on lantern frames. One sheet had a dark streak, like a cloud's shadow misses. Nyan set it aside under the pile lanterns, Autumn saying the streak would become a sky when candlelight passed through it. Another sheet had small grainy dots like sand. She placed it in the stack. Raw calligraphy said the brush line would embrace that grain, like hugging a pebble inside a sentence. Kwang felt his old frustrations, traffic jams, pointless meetings, emails flooding shift into grains waiting to be placed just right. One time, a heavy rain came unexpectedly while the sheets were still drying. The wind lashed, the drying frames shook, and the sheets flapped. Hao shouted. Everyone rushed to catch the frames pulled. The sheets down, ran to the porch. The sheets, still wet, met rain and became thinner, their edges running into streaks like leaves drinking too much. Kwang panicked. Mrs. Nan only said, "It is all right." Inside, she turned some boards, used a cotton cloth to blot edges, dried them by the warm coals instead of heat. When paper meets rain, it is like someone meeting an old memory, she said. If you hold it too tight, it will tear. If you let it flow through, it becomes beautiful. Kwang looked at the sheets, after the rain, indeed, at the places the rain touched. The pulp fibers remained forming patterns like a hand-drawn stream. The sheet held a different kind of silence. Customers grew scarce. Some people from town brought in paper to wrap old book bindings for a distant library. They asked for paper not too white, strong enough with visible fiber veins so time could catch, but not rough on the hand. Mrs. Nhan listened, her eyes bright. "Paper holds writing," she said. The workshop was busy, selecting good bark, refreshing the settling water, more often filtering the pulp more carefully. Kwang learned how to pick dust off the pulp, using a small sieve to skim floating dust bit by bit, not letting any go. "Do not dislike dust," she said. "Dust comes from tree trunk and human hand." The order shipped off with a handwritten note from her to the books that have already breathed before us. One morning, little Lan brought into the workshop a lantern whose shade was torn. It was the lantern of the temple at the valley head, tattered by the full moon night wind. "Please mend it," Miss Lan said. Mrs. Nan asked Kwang to pick paper. "Do not pick the best sheet," she instructed. "Pick the sheet that fits darkness." Kwang chose a sheet with a diagonal dark streak, cut it into a small piece, pasted it at the damaged place with sticky rice glue. That afternoon, they lit the lamp. At the patched area, the light softened like a drift of cloud, and you did not see the seam, only the evening calm deepen. When you patch darkness with darkness, she said, light grows thicker. In winter, the stream water grew so cold that dipping a hand numbed immediately. Kwang learned to lower his hand slowly so the water did not hurt. Lon Ton, a yellow dog from next door, often ran inside to lie under the bench, the warmest spot. Hao brought an old sack to wrap it, saying, "Give it one more warm thing." The workshop sent paper more widely. Once, someone brought them a handmade cloth-bound notebook, its pages made of their paper. Inside the writing slanted, "Today, I spoke less. Today, I blamed no one when the rain came suddenly. Today, I wrote into the blank space." Kwang read, felt in his chest a space just wide enough for both his hands. Near New Year, Mrs. Nhan sat long by the stove. She called. Kwang handed him a stack of sheets as thin as onion skin, said, "Death notice paper." Kwang looked shivered slightly. "All paper is living," she said. "Death notice is also a letter sent to life." She told him when she was young, she thought she made paper for festivals, for paintings, for lanterns. Later, she realized she also made for the days of farewell. Those days needed lightness, she said, but must be strong, so the hand does not shake. Kwang held a sheet light, passing through, turned it pale, honey-colored. He realized there are things thin that are not weak, because they learn to stand beside the wind. On the final day of the year, the workshop was quiet. On the yard, the drying racks were empty, only the mountain's shadow lying across them. Mrs. Nahan took from an old wooden box a carved wood seal, stamped with a small leaf design, handed it to Kwang Stamp, the corner of each sheet from now on. Kwang dipped the seal into pale ink, pressed a leaf in the inner corner of a just-made sheet, invisible unless held to the light. You saw the small leaf, so that if someone ever finds it by chance, they will know this sheet once. Just under this mountain, she said. On New Year's Eve, the whole workshop sat outside on the porch. Hot tea passed around. The town's fireworks far below were just rare dots of light on the sky edge. The stream's flow was a chant. Kwang thought of the months here. His biceps, now used to the mallet, beat his eyes, used to fiber streaks under light. His sleep no longer drifted like a fallen stone. It came like a dry sheet of paper. He recalled the damp-edged sketchbook he carried on his first day. Now it was thicker, with error sheets pasted inside ink lines crystallized like salt. He opened the last page, wrote, "I know how to put down at the right moment now." The season after, when the apricot blossoms bloomed white on the forest edge, a group of school children from the lowlands came visiting. Mrs. Nahan did not talk technique. She handed each a sheet of error paper, said, "Tear off the part you like least." The tearing sound crackled like a small storm. She gathered the fragments, mixed them into the pulp, pounded gently, cast a new sheet. "Beauty and flaw are not in the previous sheet," she said, "only in the next." The children laughed, chased each other in the yard. Kwang watched them and felt that youth does not weigh heavy. It just needs a right sheet to write silly, the word wind. On the day Kwang left the workshop, the sky was neither rainy nor sunny. Mrs. Nan wrapped for him a bundle of varied thickness sheets tied with vine string. "Do not keep them too carefully," she told him. "Paper wants to be used." Hao hugged him fast. Little Lan tucked into his hand a tiny bamboo clip. "Whatever you dry, remember to clip." Kwang walked along the stream path. At the bend, he turned back. The little workshop under the mountain's shadow, the drying racks empty, yet they looked like they held all the colors of silence. He realized he would come back, maybe not to work, but to hold a sheet to the light, just to hear the wind pass through its fiber threads. One afternoon, the mist returned from the mountain. Mrs. Nan brewed tea in the black clay kettle. Fresh tea scent mingled with the stove smoke. Everyone sat on the wooden threshold steps, watching the stream change color, with the sky jade green, then silver gray. Thunder rumbled somewhere. She told of her youth when she apprenticed in another valley. My master told me, beautiful paper is not absolutely white. Leave some rain inside the sheet. Kwang asked how you keep rain. She pointed to the fiber veins. Here, these lines are where the sky has passed. If you smooth them all away, the writing will slip. In the days following, the work became a rhythm. Early morning, Kwang went down to the stream and scooped water into settling tanks. Mid-morning, he pounded pulp. At noon, he released sheets. Afternoon, he removed them from the boards to dry. In the evening, he sat sorting paper, for writing paper, for painting paper, for fan-making paper, for lantern frames. One sheet bore a dark streak like a cloud's shadow. Mrs. Nahan placed it aside under the pile labeled lanterns. Autumn, saying that streak will become a sky when candlelight passes through. Another sheet had small grain-like specks. She placed it in the stack, rough calligraphy, saying the brushstroke will embrace that grain, like holding a pebble inside a sentence. Kwang felt his old frustrations, traffic jams, pointless meetings, overflowing emails, shift into grains waiting to be placed just right. One day, heavy rain caught the workshop while the sheets were drying. The wind lashed, the frames shook, and the sheets flapped. Howe shouted. Everyone rushed out to hold the frames pulled. The sheets down ran to the porch. The still wet sheets met the rain and became thinner, their edges running into streaks like leaves that had drunk too much. Kwang panicked. Mrs. Nan only said, "It's okay." Inside, she turned the boards around, used a cotton cloth to blot the edges, dried them by the warm coals instead of using heat. When paper meets rain, it is like a person meeting an old memory, she said. If you grip too tight, it will tear. If you let it flow through, it becomes beautiful. Kwang looked at the sheets. After the rain, indeed, at the places the rain touched, the pulp fibers remained forming patterns like a hand-drawn stream. The sheet held another kind of silence. Customers were fewer, but steady. Some people from town brought paper orders, paper to wrap old book bindings for a remote library. They asked for paper not too white, strong enough with visible fiber veins so time could hold on, but not rough on the hand. Mrs. Nan listened, her eyes bright. Paper holds writing, she said. The workshop busied, selecting good bark, changing, settling water, more often filtering the pulp more carefully. Kwang learned how to pick the pulp dust, using a small sieve to skim floating dust bit by bit, not leaving any out. Do not dislike dust, she said. Dust comes from the tree trunk and the human hand. the order shipped with a handwritten letter from her to the books that have already breathed before us. One morning, little Lon brought a torn lantern shade. It belonged to the temple at the head of the valley, torn by full moon night winds. "Miss, please mend it," Lon said. Mrs. Nahan asked Kwang to select paper. "Do not pick the best sheet," she said. "Pick the sheet that fits darkness." Kwang chose one with a diagonal dark streak, cut it into a small piece, pasted it on the tear with rice glue. That evening, they lit the lamp. At the patched area, the light deepened like a drift of cloud, and you did not see the seam, only a gentler night. "When you mend darkness with darkness," she said, "light grows thicker. In winter, the stream water chilled until a dipped hand numbed immediately." Kwang learned to lower his hand slowly so the water did not hurt. Lon Ton. A little yellow dog from next door often ran in to lie under the bench warmest spot in the workshop. Hao brought an old sack to wrap it, saying, "Give it one more warm thing." The workshop sent paper further out. Once someone brought them a handmade, cloth-bound notebook with pages made from their paper. Inside a slanted script. "Today I spoke less. Today I blamed no one when the rain came suddenly. Today I wrote into the blank space." Kwang read. It felt in his chest, a space just wide enough for both his hands. As the new year approached, Mrs. Nan sat longer by the stove. She called Kwang over, handed him a stack of sheets as thin as onion skin, and said, "Death notice paper." Kwang looked shivered slightly. "Every paper is living," she said. "A death notice is also a letter sent to life." She told how in her youth she thought she made paper for festivals, for paintings, for lanterns. Later, she realized she made for farewells too. Those days needed lightness, she said, but must be strong, so the hand does not shake. Kwang held a sheet. Light passing through turned it a pale honey color. He realized there are things thin that are not weak because they learn to stand beside the wind. On the final day of the year, the workshop was empty of orders. On the yard, the drying frames held no sheets, and only the shadow of the mountain lay across them. Mrs. Nahan took from an old wooden box a carved wood seal with a small leaf motif, gave it to Kwang. "From now on, stamp this on the corner of each sheet we make." Kwang dipped it into pale ink, stamped the leaf in the inner corner of a freshly made sheet. Invisible unless held to the light, you saw the small leaf, so that if someone ever finds it by chance, they will know this sheet once passed under this sontan, she said. On the New Year's Eve night, the whole workshop sat outside on the porch, passing hot tea. The distant fireworks from the town were just rare specks on the sky's edge. The stream's flow, was like a chant. Kwang thought of the months spent here, his biceps, now accustomed to the mallet, beat his eyes, used to fiber streaks against light. His sleep no longer drifted like a falling stone, but came like a dry sheet of paper. He remembered the damp-edged sketchbook he brought on his first day, now thickened with error sheets pasted inside the ink lines, crystallized like salt. He opened the last page, wrote, "I now know how to place down at the right moment." The next season, when the white apricot blossoms bloomed at the forest edges, a group of school children from the lowlands visited. Mrs. Nahan did not discuss technique. She gave each a sheet of the error paper and said, "Tear off the part you like the least." The tearing sound crackled like a small storm. She gathered the fragments, mixed them into the pulp, pounded gently, released a new sheet. "Beauty and flaw are not found in the previous sheet," she said, "only in the next." The children laughed, chased each other in the yard. Kwang watched them and felt that youth doesn't carry weight, but just needs one right sheet to write the word wind in scribbles. When the day came for Kwang to leave the workshop, the sky was neither rainy nor sunny. Mrs. Nan wrapped for him a bundle of sheets of varied thickness tied with vine string. "Do not keep them too carefully," she told him. "Paper wants to be used." Hao gave him a short hug. Little Lan tucked a tiny bamboo clip into his hand. "Whatever you dry, remember to clip it." Kwang walked along the stream path. At the turn, he looked back. The small workshop under the mountain's shadow. The racks empty. Yet it looked as though hung full of all the shades of silence. He realized he would return, maybe not to work, but to hold a sheet to the light, just to hear the wind pass through its fiber threads. Story 15. Conclusion. The lighthouse. At the end of the wind. The gravel road runs past a band of reed grass and then ends abruptly at the edge of black rock. From there, only the sea remains. On the rocky promontory that juts out like a finger pointing towards the horizon, the lighthouse stands upright, its round body painted white patches of green moss clinging like memories of past storms. On foggy nights, the light sweeps one full turn and cuts a ribbon of gold across the water. On clear mornings, it is simply a silent column of light standing there so that stillness may guide the way. Locals call it simply the light, a name both familiar and true. The keeper's name is Mr. Tin. He is over 60, his beard speckled with gray, his eyes clear like water flowing over stone. He lives in a small room beneath the lighthouse, its window looking straight out to sea. There is a wooden table, a glossy black kettle, a few chipped porcelain cups, a low bookshelf, several yellowed sea charts, and an old radio which sits quiet for weeks, and then suddenly picks up a faint voice somewhere far away. He speaks little. He often uses his hands. Instead, the hand turning a latch, the hand cranking a pulley, the hand placing a cup before a visitor, the hand pointing to a bird that flits across the high glass window. Early each morning, when the mist still weaves around the tops of the reeds, he climbs the 146 spiral iron steps up to the lamp room. Each step lets out a faint keng. He cleans the glass checks, the oil polishes, the bearings gauges, the breath of the lamp with his eyes. The light breathes when the wind drags against the glass and then pulls away, leaving a gray line, like a sentence not yet spoken. He always wipes that line slowly. Wipe too fast, and you lose the lamp's voice. That season, a young woman arrived. Her name was An. She carried a light backpack, a handful of notebooks, and an old film camera purchased at a flea market. She asked to stay for 2 weeks to listen to the sea's voice. She spoke in a tone accustomed to keyboard clicks. Mr. Tin studied her for a moment, then nodded. He gave her a thin blanket, a pair of rubber sandals, and pointed to the door, painted blue, leading to the balcony. "Hear the wind is enough." The phrase seemed a test. She smiled, set down her bag, sat on the doorstep, inhaled slowly. The wind moved through her hair. The sea drew a long white line at the horizon, and far off, the little fishing boats bobbed like moving dots on a blue page. On her first day, Anne climbed with Mr. Tin up the staircase to the lamp room. She touched the railing. Her fingers met the damp metal. Up high the sea opened wide, and round so vast you wanted to whisper rather than crack the water's surface. He showed her the control knob, explained the light's rhythm. 3 seconds of dark, 1 second of light, repeating, like someone breathing with discipline. Why not stay lit? Always, she asked. Because someone far from shore needs darkness to know they have passed the light, he replied. And someone on shore needs silence to know they have passed the noise. Anne began a new rhythm of life. In the morning, she helped sweep the lighthouse. Courtyard Yard collected the storm-tossed shell fragments, hung the salt-stained raincoat to dry. At noon, she sat on the stone step, photographed cloud shapes, scribbled short lines in her notebook. Wednesday noon, wind from southeast, seaweed scent, sun trail on my hand. In the afternoon, she helped check the oil tank, cleaned the bolts, then cooked a simple fish soup from leftover rice. At night, she sat in the window, watching the lamp beam revolve each rotation, a story without words, only light. The lighthouse is not only for ships. Fishermen from the village sometimes climb up in strong tide seasons. They bring a small jar of rice wine, a handful of dried squid. Mr. Tin pours hot water, places a cup. They sit silent a moment before talking. They speak of torn nets, of the tide that behaved strangely, of the younger brother whose new arm now mends nets without slack, of a black cloth sewn onto the bow to remember someone gone far away, and listened and heard in their voices a rhythm like the lamps. Rhythms speak a while, then quiet a while, giving place for the wind's voice. One evening, the darkness came fast. Clouds drew a wall. Waves rose white-footed. Wind swept sideways, like a straight ruler across the sea. Mr. Tin was calm, as a man who has survived many layers of storm. He checked the door latches, added 2 sandbags to the base of the tower, tightened another half-turn of bolt. He told An to go down to the room below and stand by the door. "Tonight, the light needs someone," he said. Anne stood in the doorway, heard the wind lash the structure into loud letters. Above, Mr. Tin cleaned the glass while adjusting the rotation so it would turn slightly faster, not to break rhythm, but to match the blind eye of the sea. That night stretched across many seasons. The radio picked up a broken distress signal. Mr. Tin used the handheld lamp to flash in code, guiding a small boat off the reef. Anne's hand trembled, but she did not cry. She fetched water, placed it by his feet, then retreated, like an arrow to its quiver. Near dawn, the wind laid down its wings. The sea exhaled again. The lamp's pace slowed back to its normal beat. Mr. Tin sat down, leaning against the wall, hands still scented of oil, eyes tired but bright. "Tonight was good," he said. Just 3 words. And understood that some good-s are rare, and when they appear, they carry you through many days. After the storm, the rocky shore revealed many things: driftwood branches, a single sandal, a dead squid, an old corked bottle, and a small dry piece of paper inside. And picked up the bottle, rinsed it with fresh water, used tweezers to extract the paper. On it was a sentence in pencil, smudged a half. If you can read this line, it means that night we saw the light. No name, no date. Mr. Tin smiled, said, "People express gratitude by leaving behind a small spark of light." He handed the scrap to on and said, "Do not put it into a thick book. Let it lie in a thin packet." She placed it in her stack of dough paper. She carried paper soft, scented of water, holding writing like holding breath. Back in town, when he opened the door of his rental room, the traffic was heavy and the lights many. Kwang spread a sheet of dough paper on the desk, placed the pen on it, and began to write. The first lines came slowly, the letters tall and slender, like someone newly come from the mountain and not yet used to the city. Minutes later, he felt his hand knew how to stop at the end of the stroke, knew how to leave blank space enough for a breath. A friend visiting asked, "Why does this paper smell like water?" Kwang smiled. "Because it has water." His friend asked, "What did you learn up there?" Kwang replied, "I learned how to slow down enough to hear the placing down. In that valley, the workshop still runs. The stream still flows. The drying racks still hang. The mallet still strikes. Each sheet of paper sent out carries a bit of mountain shadow, a bit of bark root scent, a bit of mallet rhythm, a bit of the worker's hand. And when a line of writing settles upon it, the sentence does not hit life, but lies down like a warm pebble in the bend of a stream. The surface parts gently, then closes again, so that from then on, anyone who reads sees a thin streak of light, the light of the slow maid. And who knows, in someone's home, on a small wooden desk, under a warm lamp, a sheet from that workshop lies quietly listening to the writer's breath, so that tonight someone writes fewer words, omits a phrase, but sleeps more deeply, like dry paper, light placed at the right moment in a soft wind afternoon. And the lighthouse at the edge of the wind still stands there on a black cliff, turning steadily like an old man rocking his grandchild to sleep. In the daytime, it is an exclamation point between sky and sea. At night, it is a soft comma, giving the ocean's story a moment to breathe. Boats come and go, storm seasons arrive, and pass lighthouse keepers, take turns, strangers visit, and then leave. Through it all, one thing remains the same. Whenever someone is lost, they are not looking for a specific path, they are searching for a rhythm. And when that rhythm touches their eyes, a second of light, after 3 seconds of darkness, they remember. It does not matter where you go, as long as you remember to pause. On the final night of the story, if you sit on the stone steps where the wind pushes against you, letting go of all the shoulds, musts, and hurry-ups, you will hear somewhere deep in the bones of your ears a soft cling sound, like the first step of the lighthouse, taking a breath. You look up and see the golden beam turning, slicing across the sky like a kind blade peeling fruit for a hungry child. You do not need to know the name of the lighthouse keeper. You do not need to know which way the wind was blowing this evening. You just need to close your eyes for one breath, open them for one breath, and keep walking. Because even when you cannot see the light, its rhythm is already inside you, like the scent of tea in a chipped porcelain cup, like the fibers of paper soaking in the sun, like the buzz of bees holding stillness between blooming seasons, like a photo still dripping from the dark room, like a gold vein running through once cracked ceramic, like a sewing machine slowing down at your wrist's edge, like an old clock ticking, just loud enough in a breezy corner of town, like the note scribbled by children in a shared attic journal. This page is for breathing, and when you rise with sea salt brushing the cuff of your pants and wind brushing past your ears, you smile, hearing that your life has softened by half a beat. No promises are needed. Just remember one very short line, the last line of all stories. Past, set it down at the right time. Then you go. The light stays turning. The wind passes breathing. The sea hums an ancient chant, and the night eases, making space for deep sleep to enter like a small boat finding its golden trail in the vastness. Dear friend, if you are still here at this point, it means your heart has traveled through 15 little lighthouses of stories and is still breathing in the rhythm of peace. Thank you for letting me walk with you on this journey. A journey of breath, of pauses, of people who chose to slow down so they could hear their own hearts more clearly. Maybe you saw a piece of yourself somewhere along the way in the papermaker who knew when to let go, in the library keeper who could hear books breathing in the old lighthouse, keeper who stood at sea and spoke little. Each story is a mirror, and in every mirror there is a bit of your own light. Now, as the background music gently fades, let your body rest. Take one deep breath very slowly. Exhale and let the heavy things stay behind. Tonight, let all the memories, the worries, the unfinished tasks drift away like foam dissolving into the sea. You do not need to be perfect to feel peace. You just need to stop at the right moment and smile. If these stories have touched you, please take a small moment to hit the subscribe button so that each night you can return to this place where the voice will guide you into a deep sleep, where the teachings of the Buddha of stillness and compassion become a gentle light passing through your dreams. See you in the next video. Still me, the storyteller in the night, who will keep bringing you new light and close stories of Zen. wishing you a peaceful night, a calm heart, and a sleep as deep as the quiet sea with no waves.